Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's special Labor Day stream. That's right. If you are coming to us from New South Wales, South Australia, Canberra, the Australian Capital Territory, you're looking yourselves at a beautiful Labor Day, a Labor Day long weekend. So we're going to be taking a look at the history of that today to start off the stream. And we'll get into some other world events. We got 4IS in the house. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up your Flotilla and Greta to the IDF. We also have Cheese Swiss. Yo, yo, how are you? Um, at Samtian. G'day, comrade. How are you? It's good to have you back in a stream. It's been a while, actually, unless you've just been lurking. Voltateur. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mark. How are you? And welcome to an interesting stream. Do you in across the Tasman there have any Labor Day / public holidays around this time of year? Oh, specifically the first Monday of October, because that is the day that is reserved for Labor Day celebrations in a few of our states. And I think it's the King's birthday celebration in Queensland. So there's public holidays all around in Australia at the moment. So this is a long weekend special for the Aussies that are watching the stream. For anyone else in the international audience who's watching this, it is Monday. And so if you're still living in the past, don't worry. The future is bright. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. The room references, they're so good. It's the Baum. And don't you forget it. So yeah, like I said, we're going to be getting into doing a little bit of Labor Day history today, just to try and understand. I do try and catch the stream after, just skim through it, yeah, and all that. Yeah, and all that. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, it's good to have you live. And I'm assuming that may be to do with the fact that we are enjoying a long weekend. And so people might have. I was actually wondering, maybe this isn't the usual crowd, I guess, that are able to come along and lurk in the back while they do work, working from home or working in the office or whatever people normally do. But yeah, I guess if people have got time off today, they may have time to come in for a stream. Our Labor Day is near the end of the month. Now, I would like to point out that I think most people around the world actually do their Labor Day celebrations on the 1st of May, really, because that is typically Labor Day internationally. And it seems to be interesting that Australia has taken its own position on that. And I think that's actually a sign of the unique labour movement history in Australia. It seems to be actually it seems to be a place of interesting workers' activity. And they seem to have really been defining, actually, and doing firsts around the world. And they seem to have a labor movement that is, yeah, of their own ilk, if that makes sense. It's not like a North Atlantic thing where the Europeans and the Americans are kind of copying one another and looking kind of over the Atlantic to see what each other are doing and trying to influence each other's workers' movements, which is important because that was, the heart of the Industrial Revolution. And so the oppression of the working class was quite acute there from the capitalist classes. And so they were really waging a war against world capitalism themselves, where Australia kind of had a very unique position, unique history. And so it gives its working history, working culture a very unique position all to itself. And so I think Labor Day being celebrated outside of May, what doesn't really make sense in a global context, it does explain a lot about the history of Australia's labour movement and working culture. It is self-defining. It doesn't take exactly from the global workers' movement, which is interesting. And so they don't mind celebrating whenever it's relevant to them. which is, again, it's interesting, and we'll get into that. I guess it's a season thing. It might be a season thing too. Getting your spring on, and as the weather gets nicer. Labor Day was first celebrated in New Zealand on the 28th of October when several thousand trade union members and supporters attended parades in the main centres. Interesting. I was wondering if Australia and New Zealand's labour history was linked like so much of the rest of our kind of culture. And I would say that their workers' movements, just like the transatlantic kind of thing that I was talking about between North America and Europe, seems to have been a cultural element of that workers' solidarity and the way that they define themselves and historically what they were fighting against. It seems then that Voltatil, the Australians and the New Zealanders, would have been working on the same stuff as a workers' movement, because in New South Wales anyway, October does seem to be an important time on the working person's calendar. So in saying all that, I do hope that you had a good weekend and you're enjoying your long weekend, because what we're going to find out today when it comes to Labor Day, this is a struggle as old as industrial society itself. Wherever there are working people organizing, historically, they are organizing for things like freedom. Freedom from the clutches of capital. And so within that struggle that goes on between the forces of the capitalist class and the working class, in the manifestation of that struggle, we get things like public holidays, which we're all enjoying today, or the Australian audience is enjoying today, and we get things like 8-hour working days as a standard, and like certain allotted working week restrictions, so a 35-hour week, a 40-hour week, as opposed to it spilling into other areas of our lives. We are more than workers. We're more than slaves to kind of be used at the disposal of someone who wants to make value for profit. We have other things that we want to do. We are members of families. We're members of communities. We are brothers, sisters, mums and daddies. You haven't been to markets until you've been to Paddy's, which is the quote that was dropped the other week, I think, by 4IS. Like, we are more than our contribution to the economy. And so to etch out an existence outside of that is just really part of the workers, is the defining feature, really, of the workers' struggle inside capitalism. Now, if you know enough of my stuff, then I am advocating as a revolutionary for the workers' struggle to manifest itself outside of capitalism. But like, that's a really long game kind of thing here. It's intergenerational, and it's not something that I'm going to pretend to think is going to even happen in my lifetime. It may be something that doesn't happen for generations, but we need to obviously keep, like, that's our job, is to keep that understanding alive, like the people that have fought for the reason why you have Labor Day today, or even the fact that you have a public holiday, or you have certain rights at work, like they can't work you 16 hours a day or something like that. You have to have certain breaks, you have to have sick leave, all of these sort of things. These are the manifestations of the actual struggle between workers and capitalists. And it's not always really just about the fact that, capitalists will do everything they can to just exploit the workers as best as possible because they're malicious or something like that. They're evil. Like, capitalists do understand that if they crush their workers to a large degree, one, they're not going to have good workers for long. And two, they don't have a consumption class. So they kind of got to protect the working class to a certain extent so that people can buy their shit. And so they do understand that, but they can't help themselves. That was one of the phenomenons, I think, that Karl Marx actually acutely pointed to nicely in Das Kapital. He was looking over the investigations that were being done by like royal commissions into industrial society in 1850s London, the epicenter of world capitalism at the time, the imperial core of capitalism, and the capitalists themselves knew that they were killing their workers with 16-hour days and with child labor, and they couldn't help themselves because they were like, well, if I stop having people that work for 16 hours a day, and if I stop hiring kids, then like all my competition is just going to do that, and they're going to just run me out of the market. So I know it's not a good idea because we're killing the labor market and we're killing the consumption class. But then again, I don't want to be out of the market. So they can't help themselves. And so like the workers struggle. This is really important to conceptualize. Just think about this. The workers struggle within capitalism for things like public holidays, limitations of working hours, sick leave, benefits. These things don't only just preserve the workers, they preserve the capitalist class. They preserve capitalism. They help make sure that there is a consumer base and there are people out there that can sell their labor for somebody else's profit. So in recognition of that phenomenon on Labor Day, let's just say, again, it is on your back that the modern world has been built. And not just because you're making value and you're producing things with your hands and your mind. Like it's not just that. Like you reproduce the entirety of society because you're protecting yourself as a worker means helping protect society and this mode of economy. And that's why I don't just stop at workers' rights. I believe there should be some type of revolutionary struggle that happens as well. In order to change the capitalistic mode of production, we need to move away from capitalism because, if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to keep getting the same results. It just happens in different phases and iterations. Now we have surveillance capitalism. So all the working people of the world, everyone, all consumers in the world are all monitored now by a sophisticated surveillance apparatus and technology that can be delivered to us because of the sophisticated nature of the telecommunications means of production that exist. So all of the undersea cables, the satellites, and all of the software that exist around the world means that you can be monitored at all times. So we're moving into a phase of capitalism now. We're fully immersed in it, actually, where they know everything that you do. And so we're moving into a phase of capitalism now of extreme monitoring and loss of anonymity. And, workers will fight for their rights and they will fight for there to be better conditions, which will help preserve capitalism. But what does that look like now today in the surveillance world that we live in? That's a $1 trillion question and something that we need to struggle to find out. Again, that's why it's not just enough to celebrate Labor Day and appreciate the struggles of workers, past, present, and emerging. We have to look to somehow changing the system as well. And I'll leave that with you on such an important day. I'll leave that with you. That's the end of my lecture today. Workers' pride parades, I make the value at my work, and I'm proud of it. Work is work, value is value. We are not just cogs in the machine. We have feelings too. Cogs with feelings. There it is. The feeling cogs. Interdependence Day. That's interesting. That's very interesting. 4AS, Marx even says in Capital that the capitalists beg the government to put in regulations. Please, we're killing workers. Put in regulations. I think they've taken the counterbalance of competing nations for granted, Yes. And now it's been gone for like 30 plus years. As the Beastie Boys would say, fight for your right to partay. That's right, fight for your right to have a public holiday and you can partay the day away. So yes, shall we get into some of the history of Labor Day? Let's have a look here. I've just put up an article and this comes from, like, I'm doing this from a New South Wales perspective. So just like make just keep that in the back of your mind. So this is from the State Library of New South Wales. It's a small article that they've written about the history of Labor Day in New South Wales. And like, look at this nice propaganda here. It's quite interesting, right? I don't know if you can see that for its entirety, but it says, yeah, 8-hour Jubilee demonstration and art union. And like, it's pretty grandiose, the old workers' movement art, isn't it? From that time. The Royal Agricultural Group, Sydney, 2nd of October, 1905. Tickets, I don't know what that is. One something each. I don't know that symbology. Within, to admit ground and chance in art union, whether present or not. Can you see all of that? Yeah. So this is a demonstration, so I'm assuming some type of protest or rally. It's under the sanction of the Honourable Attorney General. It's crazy. So that's from Sydney. So there was a demonstration going on. And they've got a song too. I might have to ask, there's someone that comes to the stream all the time, Mark. I might have to ask him to have a look at this for us. There's a song here for the 8-hour working day in Sydney. They were writing music in order to protest for the 8-hour working day, which has led to the reason we have Labor Day now as part of this fight for an 8-hour working day, which is really interesting. So let's continue, and we'll look at what they actually have to say. It's a glorious thing, celebrating Labor Day in New South Wales. Trades Hall, Sydney, Trade Union Certificates, 1860 to 1925. A public holiday to celebrate the introduction of the 8-hour working day was first proclaimed in New South Wales Parliament in 1885. The holiday generally celebrated on the first Monday of October, but for many years, it did vary from region to region. In the 1950s, the holiday became more established across New South Wales as Labor Day, following the moving of May Day celebrations to October in Sydney, creating so they moved it from May Day. That's interesting. I wonder if it is seasonal then. So the holiday was generally celebrated from the first Monday of October, but for many years, it did vary from region to region. So back originally it was done around October, and then it was moved from May Day officially. Over the years, people of New South Wales have celebrated this important day in many marches from Town Hall to the Royal Agricultural Goods grounds at Moore Park. The procession was accompanied by train union brass bands and led by members of Parliament. You wouldn't see that today, would you? The day would continue at the showgrounds with picnics and organised cycling and athletics meetings, as well as exhibition and novelty races. Another popular tradition for the 8-hour working day was the Art Union Lottery. This was held as a fundraiser for Trades Hall and was great incentive for the workers to attend the celebrations, with a door prize of £1,500 on offer. I reckon you could buy a house for like a few £1,000s back then. So that would have been fucking huge. The day always had great meaning for Australian workers and was even celebrated with the song pictured above, the 8-hour day in Sydney. Times have changed, and in more recent decades, October Long Weekend meant the Bathurst 1000, also known as the Hardy Ferodo 1000. And held at Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst. The race saw huge crowds watching Holden battling forward for the touring car supremacy. See the digitised collection of graphic material, Trades Hall Sydney, in our catalogue. All right, so there's a bit of a background for the New South Wales one. It's kind of not conclusive, but it seems to be done around October for some reason, but it does have an association with the Labor Day celebrations of May Day, which is kind of more iconic, you would say, of the global workers' movement. Now it's the most important time to democratize and publicize the private sector, since all the mega tech stuff is going on. I think that is actually a really important point. With the convergence of mega tech in the surveillance capitalist world and, in the financial stages of capitalism, the height of financialization of capitalism, it is important to fight back against private sector dominance. Like in the 1850s that we're talking about here, when these people are fighting for, the 8-hour working day that culminated in their ability to get it in the 1880s. Like, they didn't have the concentration of capital that we have today. Like, capitalist classes were generally locals to a certain extent. They were there. They were someone that you could poke a stick at, let's be honest. But now, like, I don't know, the capitalist classes are like these transnational corporations that you'd never know who these people are, right? I can't really read it. I was trying to read it before. If you're saying show us the lyrics, because I know a link to an old Aussie, old ass Union song. Well, give us the link, but unfortunately, I can't see the actual song. I think it says here 8-hour. Let's see if that works. We can find the actual song here. No, I can't open it here. It's at the state library. But yeah, I can't see the lyrics, unfortunately. Hey, it's Labor Day. Dilemmas in the house. It's Labor Day in South Australia too, right? So we're just looking at like the history from New South Wales perspective on Labor Day. But like, I'm assuming it must be the same if South Australia are picking the first weekend in October, or the first Monday in October to celebrate this. Then, like, I'm assuming South Australia has a very similar history then to New South Wales in terms of its Labor history. And now the October long weekend is for the NRL Grand Final. So Reece Walsh can wake up with a hangover after drinking all that toilet water after winning the Grand Final. Oh, very good. Yep, sure is. It's the reaction recommendations. It's in the reaction recommendations channel. Okay, sweet. Let's have a look here. We Belong to the Union. Australian Union song. Let's check it out. Hope I don't get hit up for copyright again. It's the only bad thing about like doing like music. When I do these streams, I keep on getting hit up for copyright. We played that Sick song last Friday. There was some metal song I think that Indoctrinathan had put up, and I got straight away got hit up for copyright. There's this Comrade Cosmos. We Belong to the Union. That's funny. All right, let's have a listen.
My face, scatter my rights all over the place and take the bread from off my plate, but you can't break me. Lock me out, chain the gates, put black shirts in with dogs and mace. I'll hold the line, won't step away, 'cause you can't break me. I belong, you belong, we belong to the Union. Don't count me out when I'm on the floor. We'll win again, we've won before. The streets will ring with a mighty roar, 'cause you can't, and we've won before. The streets.
You see that? How good's the language there? They've got the weighing scales with the fat capitalist sitting there outweighing the worker, and it says "Nuff said." Nuff said. How sick is that? How sick is that? Hey? We could learn a lot from that. I'm gonna write that one down. I like that. Enough said.
Will ring with a mighty roar, 'cause you can't break me. Stocks rise up on workers' backs, profits soar while you hand out the sack. Boardroom bullies bloated and fat, but you can't break me. Australia's sold to mates offshore, backroom deals and shonky law. This day has come, we say no more.
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, huh? Who's Nuff said? Hey, how good is that language? It's I guess it's just Aussie for enough. Enough said. Like as in like you don't need to say anymore. I get it. Enough said. How good's that? They're playing on it back then. Look at that. Look at the weighing. He's tipping the scales. He's got his hand pressed on the scales towards the capitalist, the fat capitalist, bro. Ah, so good. So good. Welcome, Jag. Welcome. Waiting for the breakdown. It's coming.
Oh, you can't break me. I belong, you belong, we belong to the union. I belong, you belong, we belong to the union. We won't turn away if you dare us to fight. I swear I'll never lay down and die. I'm in the union, mate, got a right to belong. We'll be back, millions strong, women and men united as one. 'Cause you can't break me. There's a warning here to the men in grey. The piper's come, it's time to pay. We're taking back what you stole away. 'Cause you can't break me. I belong, you belong, we belong to the union. I belong, you belong, we belong to the union.
Look at these blokes, man. Look at these blokes. All in their Sunday best. Eh? Have you been to like these types of events nowadays? It's like it's union t-shirts, tats, and like I guess a lot of high vis. Very, very different vibe going on here, man. So good. Very nice. Good pick. Thank you very much. Very nice pick, actually. All right.
G'day.
All right, so back to the articles. Immediately does sound familiar to a lot of old Aussie songs. I have a strong compulsion to river dance. I've never actually joined a union. All my jobs have been word of mouth. I haven't used a resume in 20 years. Man, South Australia just sounds, in that regard, it really does sound like Australia, you know, trapped in time, the golden age of Australia, right? Where you just get a job because you know someone, you rock up, have a crack. At least the situation you're describing there, that's crazy. Just with being able to get a job from word of mouth. It's like, yeah, nah, and nah, yeah. Ah, yes, English was never y'all's strong suit. Excuse me. It wasn't. It wasn't. Looked it up, and apparently the song itself was written in 1998. But still, if I asked AI to make me an Aussie song, it would sound like this. My God. Labor Day stream. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. Not quite as old as I said, I guess. Haha. And apparently it's copyrighted. Yeah, I'll just have to cut this part out of the stream. Fucking YouTube, man. All right. So, like, I just want to do a little bit more history, a little bit more in depth than that about Labor Day, especially kind of in the context of New South Wales, I guess, because like when you look up and search stuff for Labor Day, it's just like Queensland, 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 Victoria, Victoria, Victoria. Like the workers' movement seems to be really strong in those areas. Like currently, if that makes sense, like it seems that Sydney is really bougie and as the central kind of business district of Australia has kind of lost that history and that vibe largely, which is it's kind of sad, but it does make sense. It is the business capital, I guess. It's the New York, it's the London of Australia. It's just all the financial stuff that happens here. The laborers, they live out in other regions, I guess you would say. But yes, very hard to find stuff that's still happening in Australia. Like in Sydney, sorry, I don't even know. I tried to see. I don't think there's even any parades or marches happening for Labor Day, in Sydney. And like the history we were looking at before, it was always a march, right? It was a march to Moore Park grounds, and it was done with the Agricultural Society, so it was a big thing. It was a massive, massive thing. But like the Australian Labor history was something that I just don't think we understand today. It wasn't just about kind of marching in the streets. That's kind of what we do now when we're kind of upset about things and we want to make our voices heard. We demonstrate. There are strikes, don't get me wrong, but the strikes are usually kind of done in a very quick order and a quick fashion to make a statement as opposed to challenge the infrastructure or like capital itself at the source. It's really about making statements. And like they seem to be very bureaucratic and they seem to be over-regulated, I would say. Now, I was speaking to a German migrant who came here in, I want to say the 60s. I want to say like the late 60s. They came to Australia. And their story, I'm really glad I get to tell this story because this person has passed now. And I don't know if this story will ever be told, actually. Sydney was always a colony town, Melbourne a squatters town. There you go. That does explain, I guess, some of the history. And then Brisbane, what? Just for working persons, I guess, halfway between agricultural work and industry, light industry at the time, potentially. But yeah, his story was he came to Sydney. He somehow got a ticket to Sydney. The Australian government agreed to have him. This is when they had the White Australia policy still. And so he was a European migrant coming over here. And he had applied for a number of countries, one of them being Canada. And there was like a mistake with his application to Canada. And the Australian government took ages. They took like 6 months or something to get back to him. And then just luckily after Canada screwed up his application, the Australian government contacted him after like 6 months and said, we will pay for half of your flight to come to Australia. And so he just had to put together half of the funds. And so he got here, he got to Sydney, and he went straight to Villawood. So Villawood, if anyone's from Sydney and understands the context of Villawood, Villawood is the detention centre now. So when we have asylum seekers or what have you come to Sydney, they go for processing in Villawood. But back in the day, Villawood was a migration processing camp for people that were coming here, again, as part of the White Australia policy. And so he was a German migrant who spoke zero English. And so he just went to a camp. He said he was stationed there for like a week. And then they put him on a train. And the train went to almost the New South Wales Victorian border. And he was just surrounded by heaps and heaps of hundreds of European migrants. They all filed off the train somewhere, he said, in the middle of the night, in like the middle of nowhere, halfway between Sydney and Melbourne, and they lined all of these people up, and they were just like kind of just in rows. Think of like an encampment, like a tent encampment somewhere, and they've just lined up all of these migrants. Most of them don't speak English, and off the trains also came representatives from big businesses or big factories, big industry in both Sydney and Melbourne. And so these heads of these companies or representatives from these companies would just stand in front of these migrants and say things like, do you have any skills? Is anyone an engineer? Is anyone a mechanic? Is anyone a this? Is anyone a that? And like, hopefully they understood and they said, we are going to Melbourne. Our business is in Melbourne. Do you want to come with us? And then the other ones were like, our business is in Sydney. Do you want to come with us? And he decided that he wanted to stay in Sydney. And this person was a mechanic. And so he got back on the train and went back to Sydney. And he was taken up by the first company that wanted him, and then he just started working, and that was his history. Now, he left Sydney, I think 2 years after learning a bit of English, and he went to work on the Snowy Hydro scheme, or in a place around there, and he tried to find work on some type of like infrastructure project, and the workers were striking there. And so he said he went all the way out into this regional area to work on some infrastructure project, and the workers were on strike, and they had been on strike for 6 months. 6 months. And so they hadn't been paid in 6 months. They were living off whatever saving they had, if they had them, their families, everyone. And they just battled. And this is like the 60s we're talking about here. And they were willing to go the distance to get better conditions. They were willing just to not go without food. Like they somehow managed to eat, but like no pay for food, no pay for accommodation, and like no nothing. They were willing to strike for at least 6 months at that point. And he rocked up, and they were happy to give him a job, but they were on strike. So he went and he sat with them for 2 weeks, he said. And he goes, at that point, I didn't have any money, and I wasn't really invested in that company. So I just went back to Sydney and went back to my old job. But he said the strike went on for another 2 or 3 months after that. And I think he said that they did get what they wanted. But yeah, in today's day and age, I don't think we really have an appreciation for... and this was not, that's not 100 years ago. We're talking about like 50, 60 years ago max. And in this day and age, I don't think we have an appreciation for the struggles of working people. And I think I understand after hearing stories like that, I have a better appreciation of why labor struggles, so the workers' movement, is so regulated in Australia. It's because of things like that. Like the Australian workers were kind of, I'm not saying that this wasn't a theme that, carried throughout the world wherever there were working people, but, when they wanted something, they didn't fuck around. They shut down these workplaces for long periods of time. And it's easy to see why capitalist classes around the world would hire fascists and paramilitary groups to work on their behalf and strike, break, and terrorize working people. Because imagine if you were running a business in the modern era and the workers were pissed off and they went on strike for 6 months. You just don't really hear about that sort of stuff. You wouldn't hear about that in the modern age, not in Australia, not in this economy. And so, yeah, he was saying that, he was kind of pissed off because he left Germany to find work, and everyone kind of spoke of the praises of Australia as this land of milk and honey where you could just go and get work anywhere. But, he was kind of pissed off that he just wanted to work, and the place that he rocked up to, they had been, like I said, they'd been on strike for 6 months, and they struck for another 3 months after he left. And like, he just needed to make cash and establish himself. He was saying he didn't have anything to his name. And look, he passed, and he had a great life for himself, lived in Sydney for decades, moved down to the south coast in New South Wales, bought a property near the coast, and like had a wonderful retirement, and contributed much of his labor power to building certain parts of the Australian economy in Sydney, and I would say down in the south coast as well. But yeah, the militancy, someone spoke about this the other day. My weak ass colleagues couldn't strike for 6 hours. Like I know, and it's funny, but like, you know, I just don't see that. Like I've been part of a union. Like I've been in workplaces where, like, you know, people will like bitch and whine to their union representative because their boss spoke to them with a mean tone, right? They were whining to their union representatives. They're like, whatever, they pay their union fees and they get to do that. And then the union writes an angry letter to the boss because the boss didn't speak to them nicely and stuff like that. And like in the context of these hard asses, like not in the capital city, but like somewhere in regional New South Wales, striking for 6 months, just rocking up every day and sitting down and doing nothing and not getting paid, like sacrificing it all. They have young families, like whatever, sacrificing it all for 6 months straight and be like, no, we're holding out until we get what we want, like ending businesses, putting the economy kind of, you know, on the back burner so they could fight for their rights. Like these people, they're a different breed. Different breed. It's incredible. It's incredible. Where was I in the comments? Adelaide was founded by free citizens, sovereign citizens, by any chance. Looking at a map of the CBD and the surrounding suburbs, and you can see the throughput into the planning. Yeah. The thought, sorry, put into the planning. Not sure about Brisbane. I try to think about Queensland as little as possible. My great, etc. grandfather's house is still standing in the CBD. Wow. The white Australian policy. It was a simpler time, a better time. Yeah, I expected your sarcasm on this one. Have you heard anything about the week-long strike being planned for December 10th? No, I haven't. Throw us some propaganda, please. I wouldn't mind actually seeing that propaganda dilemmas. I'm not sure if you're in Discord, but throw it in there. I don't think you can ever do that now. They're able to easily just replace workers now. Yes, it is a different world. Aussies are experts in doing that. Yeah, in a globalized world, do you reckon like people will just be replaced just like that? Like, yeah, I bet they'd accept the pay rise when it comes through. Ain't no way. Weird, because my work struggles to find people, at least capable ones. I think that's the $1 million distinction right there, is finding capable replacements for people. People at my work complain when the ice machine is out of service, or they don't like the free lunch that is provided to them every day. Silicon Valley culture is toxic. The free lunch. And could you imagine, like, these people, like, they couldn't eat. They couldn't afford to, like, and they needed solidarity. They would, like, band together to feed themselves and stuff like that for 6 months. Again, it's just another world. They were a different breed. And they were willing to fight against their class opposites and, like, you know, put their money where their mouth is. Again, the people that I've been involved with, they did not strike me as those type of people. And the union itself that I was involved in was just a bureaucrat. It was an institution. It wasn't even a union anymore. It wasn't made up really by the people, I guess, that were populating it. They were professional bureaucrats inside that union. They'd probably never really worked outside of the union before, and they all were institutionalized. They knew the legalese that was required to write a nice threatening letter to someone. And, you know, their job was just to be part of the bureaucracy of that union. As opposed to workers that had made the change, if you know what I mean. A very different environment. I don't have anything to send. It was just rumors on socials. Oh, well, I mean that as well. Like, you know, if you have any posts from social media that show that, that would be nice. Yo, what's up? Give up your labor for the day. There it is. Of image, being a regular student in a union too, and working at the Silicon Valley. Now that there's a new layer of hell. Or such a union type of guy, not necessarily in a union. Happy Militant Monday. It is Militant Monday. We're doing our Militant Monday stream. Actually, it was a good suggestion. So let's have a look at this. This is more of a general history of the 8-hour working day as it's told by the Australian workers' perspective. So this is a picture from showing 1856 Melbourne. Building workers win an 8-hour working day. So on the 21st of April 1856, stonemasons in Melbourne downed tools and walked off the job in protest over the employer's refusal to accept their demands for reduced working hours. This brought the employees to the negotiating table and led to an agreement whereby stonemasons worked no more than an 8-hour day. It was the first of a long, hard-fought series of victories that led to Australia having one of the most progressive labour environments in the world by the early 20th century. See, I really feel like Australians have this working history that's kind of just floating out in the middle of nowhere in relation to what was happening, obviously, in the North Atlantic. And it's probably because, we are out in the middle of nowhere, and communications back then would have taken a long time to get between the North Atlantic and Australasia as a region. Early Australian working conditions. When the first convicts arrived in Australia in 1788, there was little protection for them around working conditions. Interesting. Who would have thought? Typically, convict labourers worked from sunrise to sunset with part day on Saturday. Sunday was a day of rest, but they had to attend church. Labouring in the colony was part of the convicts' punishment, and free settlers came to see convicts as free labour force. It's funny how capitalism, everywhere it goes, starts off with free labor in some sort. Like, look at all of the colonies, whether it's a colony that is full of, convicts, or it's a colony that's full of, a native population, they definitely start off with some good old free labor, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more. The first industrial action in Australia was 1791, when convicts went on strike demanding daily rather than weekly food rations. In the early years of the colony, the relationship between employers and employees was governed by the British Masters and Servants Act. What a name for an act, bro. British Masters and Servants. And after 1828, the equivalent New South Wales legislation, which were weighted heavily in the interests of employers. Who would have thought? Employees could be prosecuted for a range of contraventions, including drunkenness. That's outrageous. Absence without leave and inattention to duty. Penalties could include deduction of wages or imprisonment. These were only enforceable through the courts, but since magistrates were of the same class as the employers, most cases were found in the employer's favour. In 1822, the convict shepherd James Strater was sentenced to 500 lashes, 1 month solitary confinement, and 5 years penal servitude for inciting his master's servants to combine for the purposes of obliging him to raise the wages and increase the rations. What about that? Hey? I love the language. Inciting his master's servants, so the workers, to combine, not unionize, combine, or organize, combine for the purposes of obliging him to raise the wages and increase rations. First unions and labour organisations. Between 1830 and 1833, the first Australian unions were formed by associations of skilled workers such as shipwrights, printing compositors, and cabinet makers. However, these early trade unions faced stiff opposition from employers and government. In 1840, the government used convict compositors to help break a strike by the Society of Compositors. So they used convicts to break a strike. See, corporations, governments, whoever's in control of labor, this is a really important thing about capitalism, right? Capitalism is, don't get me wrong, it's a mode of economy. It's about producing. It's about producing commodities, but it's a system of social relations that allows you to produce commodities. And the central relationship is between the capitalist and the labor. And the capitalist is defined by those who control labor and control the force that comes with labor power. And so, like, if you have two lots of laborers at your disposal, you have the free workers, so persons that are able to choose their employment freely, and you have a convict class, so those that are restricted in their freedom and can be directed to do things like a master and servant relationship. You can use parts of the working class against one another. Like if you're looking at Nazi Germany or something, you're looking at brown shirts and fascists being used as private armies by the capitalist class to break up, labor unions and communist gatherings. But if you're in a colony in New South Wales somewhere, then you'll be looking to use your own convict stock, the people that are obliged to take your orders because of the inherent nature of their position, which is they are unfree. They must follow your orders. And you use another section of the working class to go and rough up the free workers out there that are trying to get better conditions for themselves. This is just part of the history of capitalism. It's incredible. As the colony started to grow in the early part of the 19th century, new businesses, including many shops, started up. With the advent of street lighting in 1841, shop employees had to work later and later until they were typically working 14 hours a day. Isn't that crazy? Technology. This is another phenomenon of capitalism. The advent of a new technology allows you to extend the working day. So if people can hang out at night because there's street lighting, they might shop later at night too. And so 14 hours a day now, baby. Take that. Such long hours led to the formation of the early closing movement, which in 1844 sought to have working hours reduced from 14 to 12 hours a day. Eh? These guys are outrageous. Imagine asking for a 12-hour working day. My God. Convict transportation to New South Wales was ceased in 1840. From then, all new felons were diverted to Tasmania, which led to the formation in 1847 of the Anti-Transportation League in that colony. The league succeeded in stopping transportation to the East Coast by 1852. The end of transportation created a shortage of workers that increased dramatically through the 1850s as a great many working men moved to the gold fields. That's interesting. Unions were now in a much better position to campaign for better working conditions. The end of transportation created a shortage of workers that increased dramatically through the 1850s thanks to the gold rush. And so workers have more power because they're more valuable. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that fucking interesting? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Suck it, Soviets. Well, because like our history of labor is very different, and we were very progressive by the early 20th century. We were way more progressive. Oh yeah, give me those 8 bobs. LOL. It's funny that you say that because the Castle Hill Revolution started because of a delay in news getting from Britain. A lot of these were anti-Irish convict laws. How dare they? Divided we fall and all that. I have lineage to the convicts on my grandmother's side. Probably why I am so Australia first. There we go. We got convict stock in the house. To the guy in chat that said they don't know the beginnings of Brisbane because they don't want to think about Queensland, it was started as a place to send convicts so they would get harsher punishments. Oh, there you go. Hey, Miller Pebble, I don't believe Europeans should have settled so far overseas, these colonies. They have lost their way and reflected it back to their natural... They lost their way and reflected it back to their natural home in Europe. The entire system now looks doomed. Interesting. Well, the Europeans probably were doing that for certain reasons, I would say. And it was, it was expansionist. And it was you could argue it was it was definitely pre-industrial capitalist, but it was a form of capitalism, and they were doing that obviously to find new markets, new resources, and new labor, because that was the mode of economy. And that was in 1823. Oh, I didn't send my message. Was trying to reply to something the Jungle Potato said. Oh, cool. It's still there. Never mind. All right. 8-hour day campaign. So this is where we get Labor Day from, apparently. So let's continue with this one. 8-hour day campaign. On February 4th, 1853, the Operative Mason Society was reformed at a meeting in Clark's Hotel, Collingwood, Melbourne. The union had suspended operations because so many members had moved to the goldfields. One of the organisers was James Stephens, a Mason recently arrived from Britain, where he had been a member of the Chartist movement, which advocated for more representative parliamentary system. He had participated in the 1839 Newport Rising riot, where police killed 20 Chartist protesters. See, this is funny because we had the exact same experience when we were looking at the Eureka Stockade and its origins. And there were a lot of people that were coming over from like Ireland and the British and the UK, and they were agitating for better conditions because like they had just been over in the UK doing the same thing. The resurrection of the Operative Mason Society is viewed as the start of the 8-hour movement in Australia, because a committee was formed to confer with building contractors on the introduction of the 8-hour day. The 8-hour day has been proposed by Robert Owen in 1817 at his socialist community in New Lanark, Scotland. So if you're not sure who Robert Owen is, Robert Owen was this, how would you say? I guess he was working class. He was a worker who rose through the ranks in a factory in the UK, became like a foreman, then saved up his own capital, opened up his own factory, became a capitalist, but because of his kind of working class origin, used the massive amount of money that he had formulated to start industries that were kind of associated, I guess you would say, or deeply connected with the workers that were in the factories. And so he was able to run an incredible amount of enterprises in the UK and set up these kind of, you know, the factory village style thing where you have the factory and everyone lives around and like works in the company town and all that sort of stuff. He set up these things, but they were workers organized industries. And so there was a lot of input from the workers about how to make it better. And so Robert Owen ended up trying to make these kind of socialist projects where he could set up like workers controlled industry in Scotland. I think he even tried to do something in America as well, and he actually failed. And like the capitalists loved that because they were really scared of what he was doing. But he was very instrumental in, I guess, the working movement because everyone was watching if he could make this kind of thing work. The sentiments of the movement were captured by the slogan 8 hours labor, 8 hours recreation, 8 hours rest. Pretty good one.
Australia was the first settlement on earth to grant the 8-hour day to workers, and it granted the 8-hour day to workers without the spilling of blood. The issue had been fought as almost total class war between labour and capital in Britain and in America, and we got to do this almost effortlessly. Looking back on it now, you wonder why you'd even want to work for 8 hours, because today the concept of regular work, let alone an 8-hour day, is obsolete. But in 1856, the idea that a settlement like Australia could give a working man 8 hours work, 8 hours rest, and 8 hours play was revolutionary for its time.
Revolutionary. And he said bloodless, right? And which is like another thing that is not defined well on the North American continent, and as well, I would say, in Europe. But like generally in North America, like they crushed their workers' movements over there with, you know, unrestricted violence, let's be honest. Brothers, it's Larp Jeb in the house. How you going? We're doing some workers' history for Labor Day today. Jackie Bailey's in the house. They made a 500 years. They're looking for their 1,000-year reign. Can you explain that one a little bit more, Jackie, if you don't mind? How much do you know about the Chartist movement or Virginia Hill? I'm getting ideas. I don't know a lot. No. I wouldn't say we didn't spill blood, not just at this moment, just not at this moment. Okay. Yeah, well, like again, comparatively to what was going on in in Europe but especially in North America at this time, my God, this would have been a fucking utopia. The union put forward I've gone too far. The union put forward three main arguments for a shorter working day. The first was Australia's harsh climate demanded reduced hours. The second was that labourers needed time to develop their social and moral condition. Who would have thought? Through education. The third was that workers would be better fathers, husbands, and citizens if they're allowed adequate leisure time. Wow, that is radical. On the 26th of March, 1856, workers called a public meeting at the Queen's Theatre to make a stand on improving working conditions. At the meeting, it was announced that the time has arrived when the system of 8 hours should be introduced into the building trades, and that after the 21st of this month, we promise to work 8 hours and no longer. So this happened in March. Or originally happened in March. There you go. See, it's detached again from the whole May situation. Wait, negotiations between the union and the building companies broke down. And on the 21st of April, 1856, stonemasons led by Stevens downed tools and the construction site of the law faculty buildings of Melbourne University and worked off the job. As Stevens said, it was a burning hot day. It was a burning hot day, and I thought the occasion a good one, so I called upon the men to follow me, to which they immediately consented. I marched them to Parliament House. Stonemasons from other construction sites along the way joined the march until they eventually reached Belvedere Hotel, where a banquet was organised to mark the event. In the months to come, negotiations with employers and government continued until an agreement was reached whereby stonemasons would work an 8-hour day but collect the same wage they had previously been paid for 10 hours. That's radical shit, man. Hey, and you expect to be paid the same? How dare you? 8-hour day. Initially, only a minority of workers, mainly in the building trades, won the 8-hour day. Most workers, including women and children, generally worked longer hours for less pay. The fight for working conditions continued throughout the 19th century. It was not until 1916 that the 8 Hours Act was passed in Victoria and New South Wales. It would not be until 1948 January that the Commonwealth Arbitration Court approved a 40-hour, 5-day working week for all Australians. There's the class struggle, ladies and gentlemen. There's the class struggle. Hitler's famous words, maybe Mussolini, one of them, tied to the capitalist class. Okay, thanks for the context. Our society is built on people who were sent here after failed revolutions in Britain and Ireland. Many of those men and women died for our society to be what it is. The Chartist movement and the children of Vinegar Hill rebels were those involved in the Eureka Stockade. Yeah, the connection is interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting. All right. Let us hear. I just want to hear from one dude, one really Aussie dude, telling me why Labor Day is important from his perspective. There's a guy called Steve Mack. So, yeah, look out for old Steve. He's going to tell us why Labor Day is important for Australia.
In Queensland, where I am in Australia, it's Labor Day. And once upon a time, you would have seen me marching in the city behind there, or in the next closest city, which is Ipswich. And I would have had on a union shirt. But unfortunately, they no longer fit me. So best I can do is my old union cap, Australian Workers Union. Now, although it's celebrated on different days in Australia for some reason in different states. The reason for the Labor Day holiday was to celebrate the 8-hour working day in the 1850s, when that came to pass. You would have seen me marching in the city along with everyone else, not in 1850 of course. And look, I'm a great advocate in principle for unions. Obviously I was a union rep or delegate, and back when I did that I highly was supportive of the whole union movement, in as much as supporting workers against unfair things that happen with management, etc. I still believe in that. Unfortunately, since I've left the service that I was in, I have, along with a few other people that used to be involved in the union, become a little disenchanted with the whole thing. Now, it's not the normal person that's a problem with unions, and I'm not saying this is the case with all unions. Unfortunately, at the very hierarchy, you do find a degree of, well, nest feathering, put it that way. Now, I've actually in the past had lunch with some people that you would have seen in the news. I won't name names, but yes, unfortunately they have often gone up to become public figures, and they use the union as a stepping stone.
This is the phenomenon that I was talking about before. I think this is a general issue that's in Australia. I wouldn't know much about other countries and their union movements, but this kind of history is riddled throughout large-scale institutions that become highly bureaucratic, and they lose sight of their original purpose. Like, you know, back in the 1850s, they were really fighting for an 8-hour working day, but now they are organizations that go beyond the remit of just getting better conditions for the general working class. As an effect of their presence, they are, like I said, they're businesses now, they're organizations. And so he's hinting to the fact that I think the union movement, or particular union organizations that are large and powerful, have been, for lack of a better word, corrupted. They've been corrupted in the sense that they are channels, like other large-scale organizations like corporations, political lobby groups, political parties. They are organizations where the top-ranking persons get there because they rise to the top because it's good for their careers. And so I think this is a phenomenon that is, you know, largely experienced across the industrialized world. But unions that become, again, institutionalized do end up being vehicles that allow people to kind of play games of mates, if you know what I mean. They get to the top and they rub shoulders with some powerful people, and then they use that as a stepping stone to kind of do other things. They don't really care so much about like individual members, and making sure that everyone's getting a good crack from paying their union fees and being part of an organization that's supposed to be built around solidarity. But, like, you know, he's confirmed the original intent of Labor Day was to celebrate the 8-hour working day, which seems to be a big achievement in Australian working history. And especially given the context from the article that we read just before, which was this was stuff that was done really before anyone else was doing this kind of thing around the industrial world. So potential pioneers in that regard, the old Australians. And it's something to celebrate here. It's not just general labor relations. It's not just general working history. It's specifically about, and I think this is important, it's really actually comes back down to the idea of a balanced existence for working people. And this is what is being fought over largely at the moment, is people are really disgruntled with the state of the world right now because of things like the cost of living crisis, because of things like perceivably mass immigration and things like that. People are feeling the burn of the fact that capitalism isn't working for them, and it's not giving out and dishing out the promises of this style of economy. Now, this style of economy is supposed to make everybody, you know, better off because of its productive capacity, and, you know, all boats rise with a rising tide, all of that sort of bullshit. And so, like, these people back in the 1850s would have known that, like, the people that they were working for were creating a society that was pretty darn wealthy and was shaping up to be a nice place, and they wanted some balance. They wanted to be able to enjoy the fruits of the value that was being produced in Australia. And, like, if they were going to work, they're going to get paid well, and they were going to have some free time. They were going to work a certain amount of time, and that work was going to cover them for things outside of the workplace. So they would have 8 hours work, 8 hours for resting, and then 8 hours for whatever the hell it was they wanted to do. Whether they wanted to be a family person, or if they wanted to educate themselves and, like, do something else with their life. It was about balance and wealth distribution. We're producing wealth as a country. Let us all have a share in that and be able to live a balanced life. Now, the exact same issues are happening today. People are worried about the fact that their life is being thrown into disarray and there's no more balance. There's no more balance in the force of capitalism. And it's a similar thing, but people are not so much focused on whether or not they have enough free time nowadays. It's just whether they have enough to kind of make it in the system and have a comfortable enough existence. And so it's less about hours quantifiably and more about whether or not people think that they can survive with an air of dignity. I think that is a central theme between what was happening 150 years ago and now, is whether people have the ability to have a dignified existence. But now we have ingrained unions, and, like, I think the sentiment, like, you know, you got to be careful of the politics of all of this sort of stuff. It's not as black and white as this, but now we have institutionalized unions as opposed to organic organizations that coalesce around issues. And I think institutionalizing unions actually helps the capitalist class to a large degree, because at least they're predictable. And, like, you can kind of work with them. There's existing networks and relationships across the political spectrum. And so you can feel his sentiment coming out here. It's something to keep in mind. Ipswich, Pauline Hanson's hood. There we go. Jackie Bailey says, we are wage slaves. We definitely are. That's for sure. I'm going to take you on a journey with Militant Mondays. It'll help explain why Australia is a hidden workers' powerhouse. Make a new union or join a counter union. UW is less institutionalized opposition to the AWU. There you go. Many unions have sold out their workers. It's not like it used to be. Yeah. And, like, again, I would say that, like, without being ideological about it, it's not just because, like, evil people have infiltrated the unions and done this. I think it's kind of, there is a material basis for this. As, you know, we've grown as a country and these things have become, like I said, institutionalized, and there's been networks set up and regulation. People kind of use the organization for certain means, which is very much detached from its original purpose. So it's unfortunate that it goes that way, but it happens. It definitely happens with big organizations and bureaucracies within capitalism. It's what it does. My relatives arrived in 1867. If you Google George Giffen, that's my great etc granddad. He did all right for himself, by the way. Can you actually Google him? Is that legit? I want to see Dilemmas' great-grandfather. Was a cricketer who played for South Australia and Australia, an all-rounder. Can you guys see this? There you go. Look at that stash, bro. Check that out. I wonder if this is the right person. We're going to the new Gilded Age, but worse. Yeah, this time they have surveillance capitalism, which is what I was talking about before. They will be watching everything. Before it was just Gilded Age stuff and they just controlled the economy. But that was good enough. But, like, now they'll be able to watch everything that you're doing as well. Like, talk about the next level suppression of the working class. My relatives were 80% convicts. Oh, there's a bit of convict stock in the stream. That's interesting. I would also argue that dwindling unions membership has limited what they can do and the power they have to negotiate. Union membership was once 50%, and now it's about 10%. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. Yeah, people aren't as unionized as they were before. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, interesting. Well, you got to take this man seriously, right? With a stash like that. So good. Australian royalty dilemmas. We have royalty in the house. Now, let old mate here continue.
Anyway, I could literally spend hours telling you about some of my experiences in the union. Let me know if you do ever want some of those stories, because it would take me hours to cover those, and I won't. Just wanted to say that in theory I support unions. I was very disappointed to see the lack of union support in what I observed most unions a couple of years ago, when shit hit the fan, if you know what I mean. And the
This
fact
is 2 years old, this video.
basic human rights weren't being followed by many unions, so especially in Melbourne. Anyway, just wanted to say unions are a good thing in theory, and I'll always back that, but unfortunately not everything's as straightforward as it should be these days. Anyway, have a good day, and AW Union Strong was one of the mottos. I like the solidarity of the union, because let's face it, a lot of people would have lost their jobs if it wasn't for people like me that, when I was doing that, saved their asses basically. Anyway, comment below what you think about unions. Were you a union member in some job that you did, or were you even a union rep? Well, have a good day, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Dave. 100% agree on both stances. Unions are great and necessary to protect workers and ensure fair wages and conditions. That said, I work in an old closed down GE transformer plant because the old drawings are there on the transformers, and I provided replacement parts, and I'm from the town. The story is the unions got greedy, and people got lazy, and a lot of grift started going on. Yeah. Happy Labor Day. There should be clear separation between unions and any form of government. No money should change hands or secret meetings, etc. Many unions have been infiltrated and lack the independence they once had. It's not a bad point about them being independent. I really think the regulation of the union movement has been a problem, because they seem to be controlled more than what they need to be. I really find that workers' organizations should have an air of spontaneity about it, like reactiveness, and should be able to mobilize around issues without having to fill out forms before it does anything, government forms. Your love of Australia runs deep. Dilemmas. I hope you enjoy your Labor Day then. That's for sure. All right, so that's our little history run with Labor Day. I just wanted to get more of an understanding. Disagree. Unions should act the same way lobby groups act in Canberra. Unions represent workers, ergo, workers should have their own lobby groups. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But like, I guess having a lobby group is different to a union then, because lobby groups are specific. Lobby groups are legalized, and like this is tongue in cheek, so just take this like that way with a grain of salt. Lobby groups is legalized corruption, if that makes sense, because it's basically it's groups of moneyed interests, or interest groups with some form of power and influence over politicians, getting politicians to do what they want. And so, like, mostly the lobby groups you have are people that are representative of business communities, or just straight out particular corporate interests. And so they use their power and their money to support politicians, which is totally against the idea of representative democracy. The representative democracy is about representing constituents, and constituents are voters that are residents of a certain region. And so, like, the only representation that should happen in Parliament is for constituents. It is a perversion of the liberal democratic idea, I believe, to have lobby groups, because they are interest groups outside of constituencies that come in and get politicians to write policies that give them breaks, subsidies, regulations in their favor, maybe even breaks. That allow them to benefit and profit off society at large. So I do agree that workers should have lobby groups if corporations should have lobby groups, but I don't think a union is a lobby group at the same time. Like, a union could be different to a lobby group. I think a union should be just something that develops in response to a direct need by workers as a large unit or in like an individual workplace, and they should be able to focus their attack on those specific issues. But like, yeah, if you think there should be workers lobby groups, then yeah, I agree, there should be workers lobby groups for sure. Just like there are lobby groups for every other interest group out there. Lobby groups have money. Unions collect money from workers. Money makes change. Money from workers change things to benefit workers. Yeah, I agree. But like, they didn't collect money from workers, I thought. They're not really supposed to collect money from workers to lobby government. They're supposed to collect money from workers to help them fight in the struggle against their employers if they ever need it. But like, I guess those things are one and the same. I understand that. That like, you could be lobbying government to help workers in the long run. Avalava is in the house. Non-compete's latest video is pretty insightful, Mystery. He ends it with a call for action and organization instead of just discussion and observations. What's the latest video? I think I might have seen it actually. Let me know. The system is perverted. So let's get perverted with each other. Let's get down with the perversion. Now Albo wants to increase the number of politicians. I think we need more states in Australia, not more politicians. More states, interesting idea. Where do you think new ones should be? That is an interesting question, actually. I would like to know more. I would like to know more. You love non-compete, man. You love some non-compete. Is this the RIP free speech one? Because I think that one came up on my feed recently. What else did I have planned for today, though? Oh, I did want to have a look at that. I might come back to this. I'd say you'd have to split WA and Queensland at a minimum, but you'd almost need to separate the urban and rural Australia wide to get true representation. Yeah, definitely agree with Queensland being split. WA makes sense too. Interesting. All right. We are going to change this one. This is the one. Okay. I want to just quickly, I want to have a look at something because I think this is important to add to Militant Mondays. We're going to have a quick look at what's going on in Portland, in Oregon. And then we'll come and finish it off if we have time with some non-compete. Because he does do long videos, that guy. Loves his long form content. But first of all, yes, we're going to go over to Portland because I actually want to see why there's an attack on trans Tifa going on at the moment in the US. Like, as we've looked at, like the last couple of weeks, Trump has ramped up the rhetoric that like kind of not only labels Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is pretty crazy. Just like to be anti-fascist makes you a terrorist in the center of the free world. But also looking at things like what was it called? What's it called? NSPM 7. So the national security memorandum that talks about basically all leftists, really, like anyone who's anti-capitalist, so potentially even unions now, you could argue, any type of unionization is anti-American and should be, these people can be rounded up and kind of thrown into concentration camps. That's what's coming. And so there's been a lot of discussion recently. Yeah, she got wild scary in Chicago on the weekend. Yes, I've seen some stuff of that. But first of all, I want to go to Portland because Portland was what was happening when they kind of made the claims, I think, that we need to, the Americans anyway, need to shut down any type of ideological opposition to American values, basically any opposition to Trump. And so Portland was ground zero when this decision was being made. But is there a war going on in Portland? So we'd actually have a look at someone who's a right-wing political commentator and try and get how they're framing the war in Portland at the moment and how Antifa has kind of taken over Portland. And so we'll have a look at that and see if there is really a justification for, one, classifying Antifa as a terrorist organization, and two, whether or not, the leaders of the free world should be banning any opposition to God Emperor Trump. Is this justifiable stuff? Is there really a war going on in America somewhere? We're about to find out. And it's all right-wing perspective. So, they wouldn't lie about this stuff if it was serious. If there was a war going on. All these people right here. Why would they lie about this stuff? Jungle Potatoes, an army of fend-folding zombies are attacking ICE, yeah. I saw a cop pepper spray a guy in a frog suit in Portland in today's episode of America. If you got 10 people to spread 1 million over, that's a lot. If you're spreading it over 100 people. Oh, maybe we're talking about something else. All right, let's have a look. This guy's called Nick Shirley. Again, I think he's some type of right-wing commentator. And so this is the I guess the MAGA perception of what's happening in America at the moment. We're at war here and Antifa is taking over. And so here's the narrative. Can't you see that America's not even safe anymore? And it's because of these people in the background over here. Look at this guy standing around. Hey, what's he doing? Stuffing his face. Hey, having a snack. And what a threat. So let's look at this. This guy. Oh, so this dude. Sorry, guys. Off to work to own my penalties. Oh, you're getting penalties. At least you're getting penalties. Yeah, thanks, unions. Ninja Nurse, enjoy. Good luck. He got threatened by Antifa and DHS Sniper was covering him. Yeah, I think we're going to see that. I didn't get up to that. I watched 10 minutes of this just to screen test it. But this is the right-wing narrative on why it's justifiable to go after anyone who's ideologically opposed to Trump. Because this type of stuff is coming, man. This stuff is coming. Trump classifies anti-capitalism as a political pre-crime. Yeah, the Minority Report stuff is coming. We're all in trouble. Because, again, I know it's contained in the States right now, but if this is the authoritarian playbook, which you got to use that word less nowadays. It was safe to say authoritarian playbook before, but if this is the fasci playbook, this stuff is coming for other people. If America folds, Australia is not far behind usually. And if the world descends into kind of chaos, then man, this will just become the norm. Labeling anyone who's oppositional to a party that's in power as a terrorist or a domestic extremist or something like that, worthy of being thrown away. We're all in a lot of trouble. Like all of you that are watching right now. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to you. Just for watching this, you're in trouble.
Here are the Antifa of.
All right, sorry.
All these people right here are the Antifa of Portland.
Look at them all.
All in black.
It's a war zone. Look at that.
I'm gonna fucking smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes.
You have a sniper lasered on you right now. Stop it.
We're Portland. This is our mother. Keep it weird.
Portland is set to erupt right now. You have thousands of people out here protesting here in the streets of Portland, Oregon. Donald Trump has said this is war ravaged and is sending into the streets of Oregon the federal government, and has said the feds can use full force against Antifa, who is now declared as a terrorist organization. Right now you have thousands of people here on the streets yelling, "Fight back" to the federal government. And here in Portland, Oregon, you have an ICE detention facility center that has been occupied by Antifa and protesters for more than...
I love how the right wing always like, or like commentators like this, like make it sound really, really radical when someone says fighting back against the government, while at the same time they arm themselves or love promoting the idea of being armed is like protection against the federal government. But like when people say things like, oh, fight back against the federal government, he's like, oh, wow, this is a war zone. It's like, well, why arm yourself then if you're worried about people taking up an oppositional stance to the federal government? I thought that was the entirety of like the American like dream, right? Oh God, not Nick. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. We got to get this perspective. This is really important because, you know, this is how they're framing a justification for destroying any semblance of civil liberties, right? I don't think there is any turning back now. Nah, man, don't say that. Don't say that. There is always a chance for salvation. America has influence in our countries, like the FBI bases. Man, I can't forget how we looked at that. Like the FBI legat that's coming to Wellington. Far out. I could see Trump pressuring other countries to put the foot down on ideologies he doesn't agree with. Yes. Nick Shirley just is the Mormon version of Tyler Oliveira. Is that who we looked at last week? Tyler Oliveira or something? Olivera? How do you say that? Oliveira, maybe. Yeah, is that like, I think we looked at her on the right-wing pipeline week, last week on Friday. Anyway, I'll stop. Let's let this guy talk a little bit.
100 days. And assaults on ICE agents is up 1,000% since Trump took office for his second term.
1,000%. That's so good. Where's my research assistant? I know I said I'd let him chat, but like where's my research assistant? Please. Like, he's probably not wrong, but like in the context of what, 1,000% where people weren't protesting against ICE at all to like now, then yes, that makes sense. Man, the framing is funny, isn't it? Apparently, assaults on ICE agents in the US is up 1,000%. Can you give me some context for where this statistic has come from? Like, context is key, right? DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, can you see that? Yeah. Recently announced that assaults on ICE agents has increased by 830% between January. Okay, so it's like this year. So it wasn't like people were protesting before, like extremely just hated ICE generally and were always going after the Department of Homeland Security because they just hate ICE. It's ever since this recent uptick in ICE action has started. It's a response to the increase. It's not like, oh yeah. It's like people just go after ICE all the time. Oh man, context is funny. Most of these are trust fund babe pushing authoritarianism. That's interesting. Be careful. He get the crackhead Barbie. She breaches TOS in the video. Sending military force to blue cities is just antagonizing the civilians to try and get a response to further justify the use of deadly force. Yeah. I wonder what would have caused this increase. I know the context is just, it's so important. It's not like people just are out fighting against ICE agents for the fun of it.
Who knows what will happen here in Portland. We're going to interview some of these protesters, and then we'll be going to that same ICE detention facility center where Antifa has one of their strongholds here in the United States. Antifa is now declared as a terrorist organization. Who knows what will happen? And now let's go hit the streets of Portland, Oregon, and go talk to these protesters. So right now you have the governor of Oregon chanting, "Troops in Oregon, we say no. Hey, hey, ho, ho." Governor Bash, what's your message to Donald Trump for sending the feds into Portland?
I had a press conference today. There's a statement online.
Well, could you give us one right now?
Nope. You can fill you in later. Thank you.
Oh, come on, Governor Bash. Is this what democracy looks like? All right, the governor will not give a statement.
He nailed her with that one. This is what democracy looks like. Yeah, use their rhetoric against them. That was clever, eh?
Now they're chanting, "Whose streets? Our streets." What do you guys think about the feds coming into Portland?
It's wrong. It's completely wrong.
They say this is the stronghold of Antifa here in the United States, Portland, Oregon. Is Antifa a terrorist, do you think?
No, because anti-fascism is an ideology. It's not one thing you can attribute. If anti-fascists are showing up against your administration, what does that say about your admin?
And here, do you think the feds are needed to take down Antifa?
Doesn't look like it to me. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Do you think Antifa is a terrorist organization?
I don't think Antifa plays any role in it whatsoever. Where's Antifa? Are they here? I don't know who they are. I'm just a proud American veteran who is fighting fascism. What's happening in our government is wrong. It's anti-American, and any patriotic American should be out here just demonstrating against what's happening.
The largest and most known fascist in world history is Hitler. Where would you rank Trump?
If you look at the first 2 or 3 years of Hitler's rise to power, he did not imprison as many people as Trump has.
So Trump's imprisoned more people than Hitler in his first 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, exactly. To what, 2,000-3,000 people a day? That's far less than were imprisoned during the first 2 years of Hitler in Nazi Germany.
Do you think bringing the feds was necessary here to Portland?
No.
What do you guys think about Antifa, him declaring Antifa as a terrorist organization?
I think it demonstrates that he doesn't know what Antifa is.
Because these people here are anti-fascist, but the idea of Antifa as an organization, is that such a thing?
No, it would be like saying MAGA is a terrorist organization. That MAGA is not an organization in the way that Antifa is not an organization. It's incoherent.
And Trump has said this is war-ravaged Portland. Is this a war-ravaged city?
Show me where the war is. Point to it.
It was not war-ravaged during the Black Lives Matters protests either. I was part of a Buddhist group, and we would go out at about 5 o'clock in the evening in Chapman Square, where at night there would be all the stuff going on. We would do peaceful walks. Never a problem. No one bothered us. We would see people setting up for the nighttime stuff, but it was all fine.
If this is war-ravaged, like I said, all wars should look like this. This is my fervent prayer.
Do I look like a domestic terrorist to you? I'm a boomer. I'm a septuagenarian, and Donald Trump thinks I'm a threat to America.
She looks like a fucking threat. Right? So this is why it's kind of ridiculous. And it's important to have a look at this. I don't know what point he's trying to make here. He's obviously setting up for other stuff, but like, this is the type of woman, this one right here, she's going to be thrown into an internment camp when they find out she's an anti-capitalist and she doesn't stand for American values and family values and stuff like that. She's going. She's first in the camps, bro. Look at her. She's got her walker out. Eh? She's a threat. She's a threat to American values. Look at this one.
What's he smoking? He's a total fascist.
Ma'am, you're moving pretty quick for a boomer. Look at you. You're pulling it and everything.
That's right. Got to move when you have to. You know, I got to sit back for a few years taking it easy, but now it's not the time. We have to fight for everything we can get.
Are you part of Antifa?
Oh, yeah, right. Am I against fascism? Hell yeah, but it's not an organization. It's a philosophy. It's an ideology. It's just an excuse, a pretext for the government.
I love her accent. It's a philosophy, man. I was in Portland during the summer of 2020 for work, and it was not war ravaged like they make it out to be. The protest was so isolated, you wouldn't even know there was something going on. That's not the narrative, all right? So just, Jag, keep that to yourself. How fucking dare you? All right? That's not what we're talking about here. Eh? We're trying to build a convincing story to fearmonger enough people to give up all of their rights and civil liberties. All right? He's just trying to find people to clip into outrage bait people. Yeah, I know. And look, I get it. I've streamed like in these circumstances as well. You want to find like cool people to talk to that like, you know, that seem like kind of edgy or something that people enjoy watching. Portland is one of my favorite cities in the States. Yeah, well, it's also ground zero for Antifa. So what's that saying? Huh? Best food trucks in the country. I have a friend in Portland at the moment. They say it's just the ICE facility that's blocked up.
To find a way to invade our cities.
So you're not a terrorist?
No.
No, I don't think you look like a terrorist, ma'am.
No, not lately.
You're moving too quick with the walker to be a terrorist.
Yeah, totally.
So these people right here are anti-fascist. That's an ideology. But the group of Antifa is different. That's who Donald Trump has declared as terrorists. The organization of Antifa, the group of people that receive funding from groups to then go out and incite political violence against their opposition, as they are part of the group of in the organization of Antifa. Most of these people just have the ideology.
Where does this narrative come from? I know I've said this before, we have to investigate this, but where does this narrative come from that Antifa or whoever are they're well-funded agents and they're players? Like they get money from, I don't know, fucking George Soros or something like that. Where does this come from? Because Trump's been using that one a lot too. Like, these are organizations that are well funded. There are people out there that, you know, give them all of this material support so they can go and wage war on American values. Where does this come from? Is it just pure fallacy in order to kind of ramp up the idea that we're at war? You know, some type of warfare is going on. Like, is there any actual basis for this idea? Like, who would actually fund anti-fascist? Like, honestly, who would give money to a bunch of, you know, kids or young people that like want to go in and stop, I don't know, fascists or neo-Nazis from organizing? Like, who actually, like, what millionaires are out there or billionaires funding this? Because I want to fucking know who they are, because I'm going to ask for some money so they can help grow this movement a little bit. Like, who actually funds people like this? I don't know if that's real. From sadistic Stephen Miller. Hey? You reckon he's the guy? He's out there funding people so he can turn around and use that as ammunition. It's from Trump, of course. He doesn't need a source. He is his own source. Yeah, I guess. Political figures reposting random tweets, just like all those eating the cat stuff originated from. They're eating the dogs. Is that the one you're talking about? Honestly, if America falls, I'd open up Australia to anyone from Portland to migrate for free. The cultural impact that could have on the population open to their ideas. LOL, no, he is the one spreading this bullshit. But like, there must be some basis for this. Like, where do they come up with this? Like, there must be something that they can hang their hat on and say, no, these people do get funding. Or like, there are organizations out there that assist with, like, because the same thing was being peddled about the Black Lives Matter stuff. They were like, oh, these are professional demonstrators. Like, they just rock up, you know, and like some of them aren't even like, you know, they don't even live here. They get rolled in from other states and all that sort of stuff. There must be something really loose, some tie somewhere where they can be like, oh yeah. These are professional protesters or Russian bots. Yeah. Yes. When they find out she has a penis. Oh my God.
Ideology of being anti-fascist, which is not a bad thing. Nobody supports fascism, and nobody wants violence, or nobody wants a fascist dictator here in the United States. But the difference is between these people and Antifa is an organization who have now been declared as terrorists. These people, these old boomers right here, are not terrorists.
These are
They
all
have the
boomers, yeah.
ideology
Like
of
they
being
all look like boomers,
anti-fascist.
don't they?
And they believe Trump.
Like, come on, man. Like, no, but Antifa as an organization has been declared. Like, you can declare whatever you want. You can declare that there are weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, but that doesn't make it true. Like, you can declare that Antifa is a terrorist organization, but doesn't mean it's actually an organization. Like, see, this is the narrative, and it's like a lot of people will be watching this and they're just like, oh yeah, right. So there is an organization out there. It's not these harmless protesters. There's really a battle going on. Like, look at this, 1.6 million views in 5 days. This is spreading, this story. People are weird in America. Yeah, I guess that's not a bad observation there. Most boffin them are libs. Most of them are libs. I hear you, brother. There are a lot of boomers there. Boomers don't need to be working.
Is a king and a dictator.
When the Justice Department is willing to do your bidding, then you can accuse people of whatever you want. Yeah, fine. Is it really that simple though? Like, it's just a lie. It's just complete fabrication. There's nothing there to hang your hat on. Like, I would prefer if there was something and you'd be like, look, like, here it is. This is what they're pointing to. But no, it's just completely fabricated. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Same thing I noticed with all the teal volunteers in my area. Oh, interesting. Boomers that don't need to work.
Not consider these people as terrorists. So you had that protest going on, and now we're heading over.
Hitler did it. Hitler did what? He just lied about stuff. Like, completely just made shit up. Yeah, but we've moved on since then. I thought we had moved on since then. Libs can be Antifa as well. They're just often professionals when it works in their favor. Hitler did it as well. Yeah, I guess, like, a big part of their scam campaign, like for the Nazis, was that Bolshevism was like an evil Jewish, I don't know, like subversion tactic or something like that. So like they just completely made up that, like, yeah, the Bolsheviks were this subversive Jewish organization that was out to destroy the world or something. And that was just complete nonsense, wasn't it? I guess it is similar. Oh, Profa is pro-fascist. Oh, okay. Thanks. When it comes to the right and the capital S class, since the beginning, a controversial left-wing figure tweeted out false information, then right-wing influencers posted it. Then it ended up on the news. Twitter misinformation spreads fast when fitting a narrative. Interesting. And I will say one bird, two wings. Yeah, fair enough.
Over to the main protest, where a rally from Antifa is set to take place, as they have been controlling and occupying the outside of this ICE detention facility center for over 100 days. And who knows what's going to happen here. We're heading over right now.
Like, did you see the background there? Has this prick ever seen a war zone? Like, has he looked at the pictures of what Gaza looks like recently? That didn't look like a fucking war zone. The Antifa take control of the city. That's the title. You can see it right there. Take control of the city. I didn't see any control there at the background. Oh, man. I thought my taglines and stuff were sensationalist. Now, this guy takes the cake.
All right, we made it here to the ICE detention facility. Here you have all the protesters.
Oh my God, look at them all.
They're all outside of the ICE detention facility. Put the mask on, we don't want to blow cover too quickly. So this right here is the ICE detention facility center, where they do hold illegal migrants once ICE has gone out and got them. And right here you see all of the protesters. These guys, for instance, are all in black. They do not want to show their face. Those are potential members of Antifa.
Look at this guy here who's in black. Look at him.
Guys, for instance, are all in black. They do not want to show their face.
I can see his face. I can see his face. This is trash, bro. This guy, he's not even trying.
Those are potential members of Antifa. Antifa has had control of this location outside, occupying it for the past 100 days or so. and now this is set to be their rally. Let's see, they're handing out piggies. Little piggies that squeak. Calling the police and the feds pigs. Bubbles, not bullets, right?
Right.
So why do you put the bubbles out?
It's an indicator, just like balloons. You watch where it's going to go, that's where the gas is going to go.
How long have you been protesting out here for?
Well, I've been protesting in different cities across the country now since they broke out early this summer. So,
what makes you so enthusiastic about protesting?
Because there's a lot to protest. There's a lot that's wrong that's going on. A lot of people aren't buying the bullshit from Trump. Basically.
What do you think they should do with illegal migrants if they are here illegally? For instance, because the last 4 years underneath Joe Biden, there was like over 10 million. Should they all just be allowed to stay here? Or
Where do they keep getting this? I thought we fact-checked this one. Where the fuck do they get the 10 million people came here under Joe Biden? Where do they keep getting this stat from? I really want to know. Most of the Democratic Party is pro-fascist, or they would have done more / do more to stop what is happening. Yes. It is surprising how lackluster their response is to the entire situation that's unfolding, right? You would think that they would do more if they were really worried about, like, what Trump's doing. They're very, very quiet, eh? Very, very quiet. They haven't done much resistance, right? The squeaky piggies are so cool. This dude doesn't know what he's talking about. He's following the script. Yeah, it's like he had written that pre. He's like, oh, there's someone in black. I better say that, right? Trump makes up numbers all the time. Like 10 million's a big number. Like when we looked at it, I think it was something in the range of like a couple of million or a few million. But like he'd also sent back like 3 or 4 million during his time as well. So like the numbers almost balanced out, I thought. Imagine actually going outside wearing a full clown outfit. Yeah, I know, right? Look at this guy. Like, what's he thinking? What's he up to? And I think he had, like, you know, things to juggle, right? So batons and stuff. So maybe he is actually a clown. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go out and protest today. Why not? I've read Parenti. Capitalism needs fascism. Dems love some capitalism. Yeah, but, you know, this is the other end. Like, it's not just a little bit of fasci here to help the capitalist machine go around. Like, this is the descent into all-out fascism. And so, as the ideological opponents, they will be outlawed eventually. They're public enemy number one, just like Antifa. They will be completely ousted at one point. You underestimate how fucking stupid Trump is. No, he's clever. He's clever. That's the problem. I swear he knows what's going on.
Or how should Trump go about doing that?
Well, first of all, I don't think anyone's illegal. I think that's just kind of like a hot button word that's used to basically create a us and them mentality, take away somebody's humanity by saying they're illegal.
And Jonathan, you've been covering Antifa for a very long time. How dangerous and how violent are these people?
Look, at the end of the day, the goal is to overthrow the U.S. government. They want revolution. They're here to destabilize America. They hate capitalism. They believe in Marxism, communism, and that.
Man, I think they just hate ICE, these people. Like, calm down.
To destabilize America. They hate capitalism. They believe in Marxism, communism, and that's what they're trying to bring in and usher in right now. And authorities, the cops, these officers, this is the direct defense against any type of communist takeover, and that's why they're constantly being targeted.
I'm going back into the craziness right now.
It's the communist takeover, man. Like, I wish, bro. Like, you've got it all wrong, baby. If people are, like, going to protest against ICE, that is so far away from the communist revolution, but I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it.
But before I get back into...
It's funny as well, like this, it really is sensationalist in the sense that he is building up a narrative here as part of his little story arc. We're getting closer and closer to more intensification of the violence and the war of Portland. But like, who's that guy? Who cares about what his opinions are? Why does he think they're bringing in the communist revolution? I hope he's right. Like, I hope there is some type of communist revolution that is about to happen, and it's all because a bunch of people are protesting outside of ICE facilities. Come on, man. Fuck. Come on.
The craziness, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just be right now over 10 million crews, own time, cost, scoring, format your content and refund deal. You get early down. Here we go. What do you think about these protests? The counter protester going at it with some of the. I promise you guys, Opus is. Here we go. It looks like right now we have a counter protester going at it with some of the people. Here we go. What do you think about these protesters?
I've been documenting this for 3.5 months every day, calling them domestic terrorists. And Trump finally labeled them as domestic violent terrorist organization, like I've been, and I have the record of it. Get the back.
Your name
You're
is Billy,
on too
right?
much. Yeah, my name is Lavelle Howard. You want the real name?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. How much medication are you on? Yeah. Look at your. What's wrong with you? You guys are mentally ill.
Would you say these people are mentally ill?
Yeah, they're mentally ill. They're on drugs. Look at their pupils. Look at all my videos. They're all out here drinking at night. They're all getting drunk. They're all on drugs. That's why they're going to get hit with conspiracy charges, RICO charges, domestic terrorist charges, and the leader is Chandler. He lives in a building right over here. He's the leader. I've interviewed him 10 times. The funny joke is everybody poops at Chandler's. Everybody does poop at Chandler's. That's what they do because he lets all the Antifa members go to his house and they have parties. They get drunk. This is what they do. They pay them to come out. They pay homeless people to get drunk out here. So it's an organization. It really is an organization where there's plans being made. People are getting paid. People have places to go.
So, like, there's a young dude in Portland near the ICE facility that lets other protesters come to his house and poo in his house. And then they have parties there, like young people having parties and protesting. And that designates this as an organization because there's a bunch of young people that go and have parties and have sex and take drugs. Young people having parties in cities and going out and like being in the streets and being rowdy, that doesn't constitute an organization. Just following the line of conversation here, like that is not unusual for young people to do stuff like that. And if there's somebody that has a house in the area, like obviously you haven't been young before or you don't remember what it's like, but if your friend had a house and like was inviting everybody to come over for a wild party or something like that, like, you know, this is what people do, I guess. I'm not on the ground. I guess I haven't seen what this guy has, but so far this isn't striking me as some type of well-fitted outfit. Like, there is way more examples in American history where people were being really, really well organized and funded by, like, you know, the CIA or something like that, or some type of affiliation of the CIA and some intelligence service to do some pretty underhanded things with some great organizational capacity and capital behind it. But this just really does seem like he's describing there's a kid with a house and he allows people to come there and party. And like they use it to go to the bathroom and things like that. Like, what's going on here, man? He sounds like the drugged up one.
Shower and bathe. So it's an organization.
People have said Antifa is not an organization. Do you believe it's an organization?
100%.
And are these people dangerous?
Oh, thank God we got his opinion, right? Fuck. Thank God.
Very dangerous. Most of them are they're on a lot of medication. They get very violent. You know, it's
why do they
it's
blank
crazy
that
how
out? I think he said most of them are trans and they're on a lot of medication. Why did he block that out for? Why can't you say trans?
violent it gets, especially at night. It's going to really pick up tonight. As soon as it gets dark, they feel like they can get away with the law, breaking the law. This is a third world country. At nighttime, I've been chased down these tracks. Like all type of shit's happen, bro.
I talked to this guy too. He's a white nationalist.
Don't touch him. Don't fucking touch him.
I'm not touching him.
Don't fucking touch
you.
We can be here just as much as you can be here, motherfucker.
That is true. We do have the right to be here.
You guys don't run shit, motherfucker.
That is true. We do have the right to be here.
You actually do not, according to the federal police and the Portland Police Bureau.
Did you bring the whole family out today?
Yeah, I try and teach my children important things, and I think it's important not to deport people that are just living their lives and being families here, not doing anything wrong.
Well, what do you hope message gets portrayed to the federal government today?
I don't think any message will get through to them today. I just hope they realize that we're going to stand up and fight for our community, that we love each other and we will protect each other as this car tries to run through people.
This lady's trying to get through the streets. They're not letting her through. Oh, they're not letting her through.
Tesla privilege right there, baby.
They're not letting her through right now. And now everyone's saying she needs to back up. This lady right here saying it's illegal for her to be coming through here. The police are stepping in.
Oh my God! You won't be able to get.
She hit a pedestrian. If you do not arrest this woman, you are complicit with this fucking administration. She's scaring me. She hit a pedestrian. Are you going to arrest her, or are you going to continue?
We can't hear anything
with this bullshit administration.
This is wild right now. You have the police going. You have these guys mad at me for filming this. This lady's crying.
I can't hear you.
These people are mad at me for filming right here. This guy's mad at me for filming.
Tesla privilege, yeah, I know, right? But like, I just want to go home. Why won't they move? So good. Tesla privilege. Like, why would you drive into that? Like, honestly, what was she thinking? Oh, yeah, I'll just split the Red Sea over here. Everyone will move out of my way. Like, come on. Oh my God, Tesla privilege.
After hitting a protester.
I'm so scared. I feel threatened by
Oh, you're so scared. You're so fucking scared. You're doing this shit.
Somebody stamped the car with Trump Gestapo, not welcome. Now this lady's trying to get out. What's your message to these protesters, ma'am?
Get a job. Get a job. I didn't run anybody over.
The protesters wouldn't let her go through.
I know, it's ridiculous. Just let her go through.
Yeah, that's all she was trying to do, go through the road. And then she got swarmed.
Which was crazy. It's so stupid. Anyway.
And are you one of the protesters out here today?
I mean, I'm not. I just came to see what was going on because I know, like, every time I've come by here, there have been like 10 people here, and now there's like hundreds because Trump signed, you know, whatever, invoked whatever it is.
Perfect day.
10. I can't remember.
Yeah.
He's here for some
And so now they're all here. Everybody's coming. It's just ridiculous.
This guy's mad at me for filming right here. He's just been following me around.
Happens, he's like so desperate. He's like so funny. Like look at him. Look at him right now. He's just so desperate.
Dude, I'm just doing my job. I just talk to people, and who cares, like she said. You don't need to follow me around if you don't want to.
Okay, so one question. Are you against ICE or not?
Am I against ICE?
Yeah, you're against.
I'm here documenting what's going on today.
But are you against it? That's what I'm asking. Like, this is a simple question.
If they're doing things illegally, yes.
Oh, interesting. That's funny. Okay, so you're not with us. So you're just here for content. That's what it is.
I'm a journalist, so I cover it.
You got the release the Epstein files now. So good.
Oh, you're not a journalist. You're here for content. Exactly what you're doing right now.
Look, I'm just talking to you.
It's funny. Yeah, I know.
So you could have you do have the opportunity.
Oh, you were just like, oh, to the cop, to the lady, to this and that. It's like that's not being a
showing people what's going on.
It's not no. It's not being
showing people what's going on.
No. But that's not being a journalist. That's
yes,
what I'm saying.
What is journalism then?
It's
showing people the realities of things as they really are.
What you're trying to do
and
is
you're getting mad at me for filming.
I'm not mad.
Yes, you are.
No, what you're doing is that you're
real Karen moment. That was a pretty real Karen moment. All right. Well, if you look at 1930s Germany, the Democratic Party caved. That dude is just making some money, probably from the casinos.
trying to catch content, bro. That's not journalism. You're just trying to catch content for people. You're trying to agitate people.
And what is journalism if it's not some form of content? Because somebody needs something to consume, right? And that's content. I'm not rage baiting anybody.
There's the difference.
But like, dude, I see you. You're like
reactionary content. That's
like,
not journalism.
You get bothered when someone bumps into you. I saw you, dude.
I didn't get bothered by anybody.
Yes, you did, bro. You're like, oh, like what the hell? And you're like mad dogging like all these people were dressed in black.
What does
like,
that mean? Can you translate American for me, someone? What does mad dogging mean when you mad dog someone? I saw your man. He would make mad dogging him.
Yes, you did, bro. You're like, oh, like what the hell? And you're like mad dogging like all these people were dressed in black.
Dogging.
Like, what's up
So
with that?
good.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I've been watching you from afar.
I'm describing the situation. We have people dressed in black. You're dressed in black.
Yeah, like you were like just like looking up and down, bro. I can read body language, you know, and that's what you're doing.
I'm
bro.
observing the situation.
No,
That's
you're
what I
not.
do.
No, and you think you're acting cool right now for your content. You're gonna post this later on and be like, oh, I was cool. Look me, and this guy's all mad. But in reality, bro, that's not how it is. You know how that is. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Best way to deal with this guy is to follow him while playing copyrighted music full ball. I recommend anything from the Disney Classics collection. Yeah, because I get picked up straight away. Disney's got a hardcore vehicle for that shit. That is fucking hilarious. That is hilarious, man. How do you come up with this shit? That's so good. Threatening posture when you're mad dogging someone. I'm gonna start using that. I hope I can remember that. Mad dog? Bruh, that was a big Aussie meme a while back. Really? Mad dog? Oh, okay, fair enough. Ruin their footage. Yeah, ruin the footage. Antagonism. Far out. That's clever. Hey?
Can't make money if nobody says it.
That's you could be a barber and like actually put something like put back into society. You know, go work at McDonald's to be more respected.
Okay, thank you very much. And what do you think about the protesters coming out here?
It's just they're ruining the whole community. The school got shut down. Just built. People are afraid to come out of their houses.
He's desperate, right? Like, what do you think about things that are going on here? Do you think that these people have ruined the community? Oh man, let me tell you something about community.
Here, I want the feds here. I want the tanks and the, I'm just sick of it, man.
So you want the feds to come through here and get rid of all these protesters?
Hell yes. Yeah, how are we gonna have
Bring
my
the
fucking
tanks.
community back?
Bring the tanks, bro. Wait, 4AS. Oh my god. We're watching footage from the war zone that is quite mad dogging. Quit mad dogging us, 4AS. With your aggressive questioning. Yo, who do you think you are? We're watching the war zone that is Portland, okay? That's what we are watching right now. And like we're trying to ascertain whether this is justification to, one, send in troops to use whatever force necessary, might I add. This is justification to use whatever force necessary on civilians. And then two, whether this constitutes a reasoned justification to declare anyone who is ideologically opposed to you as your enemy, like for the Trump administration, etc. Is this justification? You tell me, 4AS. Because this guy is just doing a public service here. As a journalist, self-described journalist, he's doing a public service by exposing the war zone. He's like those journalists that go into Gaza and have been killed in record numbers by the Israelis. Record numbers of journalists killed by the Israelis. This guy is doing the same type of service for society. I won't take credit for that. I heard it on a stream the other day. It's Rhyme Zone quote, and it's so good though. Yeah, it is. It's a great idea.
The people who live here are afraid to come outside.
So on the news, when you say that the people here don't want ICE or they don't want the feds here, you want the feds here?
Yeah, I want this stuff to end, and that's the only way to do it, I think.
I'm going to head back in. We're going to see what happens.
Right on, brother.
God bless you.
Stay safe.
What's the need for all of the black?
God bless
The need for all the black is to protect everybody who is around here, who is also wanting to protect their identity. I don't want my face to be out there. I don't want these people to see this and then come and persecute me for standing out and holding a sign that says silence is compliance.
Yeah, because now the sun's gone down,
my voice.
and we just have people in all black pretty much, for the most part. Majority are in black.
This keeps people safe.
On the umbrella, it says, kill yourself. They're pointing it right to the feds on the top of the building. It says, kill yourself.
Get the fuck out of the way.
I'm just showing your thing. We're in the front line of the building now. You have these guys right here yelling, and you have ICE and feds right here just taking it. Sounds like they're about to open up the gates and the feds are about to come out. You have a bunch of them right in here right now, and they're gonna come through right here. It looks like a van or somebody's gonna be moving through. And you also have a Black Hawk flying around the entire perimeter right now. And what are you gonna do when the feds come out? They're coming.
We need a mass line. We need to shut them down. We need to be prepared to sacrifice at all costs. This is a red line. This is the moment to sacrifice, but be smart.
They're coming out right now. Here comes the police.
You just some punk bitches on the clearance map. Run the hand and show your wife what a real man is. I'm gonna push out this Bible. Hey, do that shit to me, you little fucking bitch. Do that here.
This guy's yelling at him now.
I ain't scared of your ass. I ain't scared of your ass. You don't know who I am. Your commander will pull you back when they know who the fuck I am. Bitch.
Now they're shooting over here. Now they're all retreating back. Now they're shooting. Now they're shooting. I don't know what's inside those little balls, but it smells like a little bit of tear gas.
You can't turn your guns on yourself! Shoot yourself!
Don't push the hippie! Come get daddy, we'll eat some loving without fucking...
This umbrella right here says kill yourself.
You gotta leave this bitch for fucking PTSD! Ain't no money from your punk ass! Bitch!
Have these people not been to a protest before? Have they not been to a protest before? Does this constitute a war zone? Does this really constitute a war zone? Keep a Bluetooth speaker in your protest bag in the future just in case. Observe the Waffle SS. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a bit of a stretch. This guy, Antifa, take control of the city. It's like they take control of the street in front of an ice facility.
Wow, what are those little paintball things they shoot?
Pepper balls.
Those are pepper balls.
They're pepper balls.
Sir, what made you want to come out here with the Make America Great Again hat?
Because I seen a female out here, and she was being surrounded by all these people.
Traitors. And he's a YouTuber fucking liar. Yeah, I know your fucking channel.
So this guy came out here tonight in support of the girl with the hat on because she was getting surrounded. So now she came out here. He left work to come out here because I guess they were worried for the safety of the woman. Antifa's really starting to ramp it up right now. They're chasing this guy out of here. They're chasing him out. You have all Antifa going after one man right here. You're getting chased out right now by Antifa.
I am. They seem agitated. I'm not sure what's going on.
Why are they agitated with you being here?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. We just came, tried to have civil conversation and discourse with them, and they started getting wild, and it started building and building, and...
Oh, it's not very warlike. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the fucking... for the real chaos to begin. Same kind of clickbait title that Midas Touch does, etc. Yeah, they all do that sort of stuff. I know who you're talking about as well. So January 6th was a war zone? I don't know. That was just people expressing themselves. Tell me what that says again. LOL. Interesting. I don't know. I'm waiting to see it. Like they're not even like, I thought when he was like, oh, they're chasing this guy out. I thought, you know, have you seen like an angry mob chase someone before? Like it's pretty vile. Is it normal for them to be standing on train tracks? Yeah, I don't know. Might have to go to Portland, check it out. It is a bit weird, isn't it?
Not crazy and crazy.
Let's look as if they are surrounding us right now.
What is that annoying tone?
I always find it interesting because they could, like, it's a great opportunity for them to explain why they're out here. Instead, they do this.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm not a fascist. What would make me a fascist? Because I'm not a fascist. What would make me a fascist? Feds are moving back out once again. Even the feds all have the gas mask on. These guys right here, I don't know exactly what group they're part of. Here they're bringing through the Fed vehicles.
Look, they hit me.
All right, they got one lady under arrest right now. This is DHS. This guy's asking for a 1v1. She's resisting arrest right now.
What's a 1v1? Can anyone translate that for me as well? I just saw a protester ask a DHS agent, officer, for if they have a 1v1. What is that? What is that? Literally means a 1 versus 1, a 1-on-1 fight. Oh, so it's not like a form of jurisdiction. Gaming slang for 1v1? That's all it is? Oh. Oh, do you want to have a 1v1? Oh, they're taunting. Ah. I thought it was like official something. That sucks. He's just trying to paint a different picture. Oh, he's definitely painting. That's for sure. He's painting hard. So far, it's just been like angry people protesting and then police dragging away protester. It's just calling someone out for a fight. Yeah, okay. I thought it was like an official thing. Do you have your papers, man? Can you be here? Yeah, so far it's been like angry people and someone being arrested by the cops.
There, they just pepper sprayed somebody.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
So all these people right here are Antifa, and they're against what's going on here at this ICE detention facility.
Okay, so like, I get it now. So like his version of Antifa is anyone who's prepared to protest. It must be, right? Because they've got the masks, they're ready, they've got goggles, and they're in black. So if you are prepared to protest and you understand that things can get violent with you and the state who is legally allowed to use coercion or, you know, violent force against you, and you're prepared to do so, that makes you Antifa. So again, I think the January 6th question really is important because there were people that were prepared. Anyone that's like, you know, a Proud Boy or someone who rocks up and they're in gear and they're prepared is Antifa. And if Antifa is anyone who's out past dark, yeah, when it gets dark, that's where it gets it. That's where it gets serious. Now he gets it. Yeah, like finally, I understand. He's like, there's a lot of people that are prepared. So all of the people that were in the Hong Kong protests, they were all Antifa. That was one organized group of protesters. They knew how to organize themselves. They're all fucking Antifa. Hey?
Who knows what's going to happen out here in Portland right now?
I'm Waleed.
You're leading this group right now.
I am not a lead into this group. They're anarchists. I'm Waleed, like a father figure. I don't lead anything. But I want to say that this is a preemptive attack on the American people. Of course they did. These are right-wing psychos. This is a preemptive attack. You right-wing constitutionalists cheering this on are fools. They're going to attack you next. These are globalists, and they're going to attack our cities, militarize them, and prevent resistance to super-globalization.
They just came through. They just arrested that one lady. What's your reaction?
Horrible. They got no business being out here. They crossed the federal line. They're just out here to bully people, and they want to make it known that any resistance will be dealt with. They're not doing good. They're not doing anything but making things worse.
You think that was an unlawful arrest?
Yes, absolutely.
And what should the feds do when people do kind of start putting their hands on them, start resisting?
What should the feds be doing?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you even explain putting hands on people when the feds walk out here in a straight line and bulldoze the crowd off their own property? That's not enforcing legal arrest, that's assault. As somebody who lives self-defense, I can tell you there's nothing defensive about what they're doing.
What do you mean you live self-defense?
I teach and practice self-defense. I've integrated that into my life in a huge way.
So if a police puts his hands on you, what are you gonna do?
Police put their hands on me, I'm not giving them a chance. They're already too close. I know who these people are. They're dangerous. I'm not stupid enough to get that close. In fact, if you were watching a minute ago, one of these jackasses tried to run me over.
You have the
What a shit tat. Yeah. Never enough. Wonder if it's a reference to something. Anytime I hear Americans yell, fuck you, it sounds like so innocent compared to an Aussie fuck you. That's funny. He has a predetermined view, point of view. He has no interest in understanding. No, I don't think he does have any understanding. Oh, interest, sorry. In understanding these people. Not really. But I'm glad some of them are talking to him, because then, like, well, one, he gets to make his content, but like, two, he could just use that as argumentation as to why these people are just like ludicrous. Like, some of them at least are just like, yeah, I'll talk to you. It paints more of a civilized picture on what's going on here. So it basically discounts the argument that this is a war zone, right? People are at war. They don't stop. I don't think they're going to stop and talk about it as such. If this is the footage that best proves his point, it's a shit point, right? Right? That's why it's not bad watching this stuff. It's like, is this it? Is this what they're using for justification? Which makes the fashy kind of argument about what they're doing really more scary, doesn't it? Because there really is no grounds. Like, if you could argue that they had shut down this city, right? You could make an argument as to why they need to bring in the feds and use like whatever force necessary. Insert generic rhetoric here. But like, this is, come on. That's not a reason to send troops in after your own citizenry. Like, come on.
This crowbar right here, what's this for?
Shepherd's crook.
You have a shepherd's crook,
Yeah.
What's that for?
Shepherd's crook? This is for me. This is just like kind of like a walking stick. But also, I mean, think about it like this, right? You came out here wondering what that was, thought it was a crowbar. It's a shepherd's crook. It's a sign of peace. Jesus himself walked around with these. This is peace.
So you're just trying to be like Jesus out here?
No, I'm just trying to be myself. That's all I'm doing.
We're Portland. This is our mother. Keep it weird. We're together in the streets. Come out.
Stop it.
Showtime. Jiggy, jiggy, mo ziggy. Get the out of here.
What's that for?
Portland. Keep it weird.
See, we're wearing masks to protect ourselves from
What?
you.
I can't hear you with that mask on.
Take a fucking hint.
What?
Take a hint.
Oh, what's the hint?
Take a hint, motherfucker.
About what?
Take a hint. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I can be here.
You can be here, but you can't be doing that shit.
Do what? What am I doing wrong?
Sticking your camera.
Hey, stop it.
Journalist.
Stop it. So right now you have a bunch of people who are here documenting, just like I'm doing, and they are labeled as the opposition here. And they will not let you speak. They try to take your camera. This Antifa group out here, they say they're not a part of Antifa. They say Antifa is not an organization. Everyone's in the same colored clothes. Everyone is going after the same exact people. This is very much an organization. Look at this guy. It really does just, hey, what was that for? It really does feel like you're just a little kid. Somebody just came and charged me from the back. What was that for?
Make me. Make me. Make me.
This guy was going after him. They pulled off his glasses and he punched the girl back. And now you have the whole entire mob coming after him right now. What's the purpose of the light?
It's a cop light. They dropped it when he was swinging on a girl.
Oh, really?
So I just picked it up. I don't know how to turn it off, or I would turn it off.
Really?
Yeah.
He's got a right to be here, dude.
I'm not, I totally, I don't know how to turn it off. It's OnlyFans.
Well,
it's a light.
Yeah, I can turn it off for you if you let me try.
I don't like having people touch me. I'll have you.
You're acting like a little boy.
I am a little boy.
What's the purpose of the light, bro?
I don't know how to turn the fucking thing off.
That's a lie. Give me it then. Let me turn it off for you.
Don't do that.
Let me turn it off for you.
No, it's good.
You're acting like a little boy.
I'm a little brat. Tell everybody. But I'm not a Nazi.
I never said you were.
Well, I know, but I'm not a Nazi. We should actually put that down. Hey, stop touching me.
I didn't touch you.
I'm going to assault you in about 2 seconds if you touch me.
I didn't touch you.
Stop touching me.
I didn't touch you.
Just walk
I didn't touch you. Okay, he's going to follow me. Oh, look, he knows how to turn it off. He knows how to turn it off.
My favorite
What are you doing?
What?
Why are you following me around?
Well, you're following people around with your camera.
I'm not following anybody around with a camera.
You don't have a camera and you're not
I have a
following?
camera. I can walk around just like all these other people. I can walk around. Hey, don't touch me.
I'm not.
Look, you just touched me. Gosh.
Don't touch me.
I didn't touch you.
No.
Look, all these people have cameras too. Go after them.
No, they seem all right.
Okay, cool.
You kind of look like Kirk. It bothers me.
Oh, that bothers you.
Freedom of speech, right?
Yep, freedom of speech.
Right. Uh-oh, don't touch that thing.
I didn't touch it.
I got a left like a motherfucker, and they'll pick you up with teeth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't
really.
touch you.
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying don't touch it.
I won't touch you.
Yeah.
The police have now left.
Wait, that's it? That's as bad as it gets? Oh, man. Come on. I thought he was ramping up towards something. So petulant. Like 2 kids in the backseat of a car. Yeah, that was lame. I thought he was going to make a point. He didn't make a point at all. All right, so this is the same guy that's just a journalist, all right? Just trying to do his job. And look who rocks up on my feed, destroys my morning. Here it is. So this is the infamous incident. This guy, whatever his name is, what was his name again? Nick Shirley. This is him on Fox. Okay, gunman holds ICE reporter at ICE reporter. So he works for ICE now. ICE reporter at gunpoint. So let's have a look. This is the thing. And this is like, so he is kind of using his platform as a vehicle to help produce, I guess, content for right-wing sensationalist organizations who can then justify, you know, why Trump is, or his administration is going to crack down on anyone who's ideologically opposed to him, which is a fucking huge call. It's a huge call. Why aren't they dragging him out? There definitely is a level of organization in Antifa. The issue is that it's so compartmentalized that most of these goons in the street have no idea about it. But like, that's the thing. It's so compartmentalized that it's not an organization in the traditional sense. It's like groups of friends. You know what it's akin to, Dilemmas? It's like when you have like a superstar like Michael Jackson or a contemporary like Taylor Swift, and you have people that follow them around feverishly and they form little fan groups. And so they love Taylor Swift so much that they organize like a fan club, and like a bunch of friends get together and buy the new album and wear the t-shirts and stuff like that. Like, you could argue that those fan clubs are organizations because like they might have a meeting once every few weeks and they talk about how much they love. Yeah, Swifties. It'd be like calling Swifties an organization and be like, oh yeah, it's those Swifties again. They're a real danger to society. Like, you would feel kind of stupid, I think, for calling Swifties an organization. You'd feel kind of dumb doing that. It's the same thing. Like, yes, those guys, they obviously know what they're doing, and they think that they're serving a higher purpose, which is to bring down the fascists and stuff like that. But can like you really call them organized? Like, honestly, can you really call them that? Just because they are ideologically opposed to something. It's a massive call. It's a big stretch. It really is. Swifties are a danger to society. Unlike Antifa. I can sense some sarcasm coming through the screen there. Yeah. And Swifties are even more militant than Antifa. They probably are pretty militant, actually.
All right, let's get another perspective from on the ground. Let's bring in independent journalist Nick Shirley, who's been out there in front of that ICE facility many, many nights. Nick, thank you for being with us. And I wanted to start off this segment with something that I think is going to shock a lot of our viewers. I watched this on social media the other day. This is you being confronted by an agitator out in front of that ICE building who threatens you with violence. Listen here.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything.
You did.
What did I do?
Walk.
I haven't done anything.
Walk. Do not come back.
Watch out.
You come back, I'm gonna smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm
Why?
gonna smash that camera.
You have DHS watching you right there, lasered on you. You have a sniper lasered on you right now.
So he said that he is going to smoke you if you don't get out of there, and then it looked like DHS snipers came to your rescue. They zeroed in on him and lit him up with one of their lasers. That's what eventually got him to back down. But for people who say that there's not violence going on in front of these facilities, what do you say?
It's a complete lie. There's lots of violence going on. That's just one of the many threats I got that night. And when I was walking back to my car, another person pulled out their gun and threatened me, saying, "You want to be Kirk Jr.?" I mean, these people are very dangerous, and they're unhinged. Just the other night, a woman got beat up. She got punched in the face out there, and you're seeing it. These people they think they can get away with anything. They've been out there for over 100 days. Yeah.
See, like, the obvious contradiction in this is that he was just like, oh, yeah, this guy just threatened me with violence. He said, "Do you want to be Kirk Jr.?" and said he was going to smoke me. And then they're like, oh, my God, that's so awful. And then literally a second later, they're just like, see, there's a sniper on you. How do you like that? And they're just like obviously celebrating that someone actually literally has a gun pointed at this person that they were just complaining about being violent, like actual weapon threatening their life potentially pointed at their chest. And they're just like, oh yeah, thank God for that guy. Thank God for the actual gun that was being aimed at the person that was just verbally threatening violence. Like, man, like, how do you resolve those type of contradictions? Like, honestly, I'm not saying I agree with the domestic terrorist label, but it's still an organization. Swiftie Fan Club is an organization if they are collaborative in following their tour across America. Okay, well then, if that is it, if you think that that is a form of organization, then you're not wrong. Then okay, yeah, Antifa is an organization all the way. All the way. 100%. If that's your definition of an organization, then yeah, I agree with you. Swifties, like Swiftie fan clubs and Antifa are the same thing, basically. Fair enough. Can't argue with that logic. The Fox host's eyes are too far apart. Funny how the gun incident wasn't on camera. What gun incident? Was it the gun incident? Is there another thing that's happened in Portland?
Yelling, screaming, terrorizing, and the police are nowhere to be seen, and the ICE and the ICE are all on their own out there.
Yeah, you know, we heard that ERO officer that Bill Malugin was talking to a moment ago saying that Portland police aren't responding. I don't know if this is the woman to whom you were referring just a moment ago, but another reporter...
Oh, someone put a gun on him. Yeah, well... Whereas you had an actual gun pointed at someone who was confronting him. Literally. Like, literally pointing at him.
Was out there. And she says that...
His eyes are a bit, like, kind of, like, lizard person-y, isn't it? I never noticed that before. But it's like, it's a Fox News thing. So maybe he's just had a bit of work done.
She got assaulted. Listen to her story.
Last night, I got assaulted, and I immediately ran to a Portland police officer, hunted down the suspect, chased her through the streets. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. Imagine my anger when I go online after doing all of that about an hour ago, and I see Portland police put out a bolo asking for the public's help in identifying my assault suspect.
So she says that she had the person in her sights, but the Portland police wouldn't respond. But later on, they said, oh, help us find this person. Is that typical of what you're seeing there?
Yeah, the police are not intervening to help the people out there. If they're reacting after the fact that it's happened. And you have the governor who was marching with these people just hours before their big rally they just recently had. And the police, they're not there. They're nowhere to be found.
They're not there. Which one is it? Because I thought we saw them before. Yeah, almost all the Fox hosts just look off. Oh my God. All right, we are going to change. I can't do this anymore. Like, it's just contradiction after contradiction or hypocrisy after hypocrisy. I really can't. I don't understand. There's no real consistency in this. Like, he was literally filming police officers in his content before, and like they were trying to protect a woman who tried to drive through the crowd to get home. And he's just like, they're nowhere. They're nowhere. They're not helping anyone. Like, kind of thing. It's like, come on, man. Which one is it? Like, just try a little bit harder. Just a little bit harder. All right, we're gonna get some. I want to get an understanding on the flotilla, and like what's been happening with that, like in terms of response to the flotilla. And so, I saw this Sky News thing before, and it was about Greta. So, I do want to see what Sky News have to say about Greta and the flotilla. Second flotilla flop. Israel has done everyone a favor by detaining Greta Thunberg. All right, let's have a look. Abducted. Here's the one. Hilariously mocked after claiming she was abducted by Israel. Now, this is interesting because the claims that I've heard is that she was actually, like, when she was detained by Israel and stuff like that, she was like treated like very, very roughly, let's say, made to kiss the flag and all this sort of stuff. He's talking about the Portland Police Department. The federal agents are there, but are complaining that the local authorities aren't doing much in assisting in clearing the streets. But that's what I'm saying, Alex. Like, he actually showed footage of the police there trying to help out citizens that were caught up in the chaos and, sorry, the war zone. Like, he actually showed, this Nick Shirley guy actually just showed the local police, not the federal agents, not the DHS that we were just looking at. Like, he actually showed the police there on the scene trying to like clear the situation and diffuse the situation. So like, what's he talking about? The contradictions are quite clear. I don't know if you were there. Maybe you weren't there for that part of the video, but he actually showed that. He was like, oh, look, the police are here. Like, they're going to sort it out, kind of thing. And then he's making wild claims that the police are just nowhere to be seen and have lost control of the situation. I get it. I get it. Like, say what you want. Like, and like report, be a journalist as he's claimed to be. Like, do what you need to, brother. But like, why show the footage then? Like, I don't know why he showed that footage. He could have just omitted that, and then that would have just added more weight to his story. Like, I get the federal agents. It's different. Because they're coming in with different jurisdiction. But like, why would he even say that? He just showed it. It's so stupid. It's just funny. You know, like, he could have painted the picture so much better by omitting that section. I wasn't here for that part of the video. Yeah, you must have missed that part. Like, cause yeah, and that was during the day though. So like, maybe after dark, when the Antifa comes out, after dark kind of thing, then like the police disappear and it's just the feds versus the rest, like versus Antifa. That's where it really comes out. So like, I want to get an understanding of what, you know, Sky News says about Greta being abducted by Israel. Because I have heard reports that she was actually detained and quite violently by the Israelis this time around. But I don't know where those reports have come from. So let's get the real objective opinion from Sky News before I speculate on violence.
Has released a video claiming she has been abducted by the Israeli military.
My name is Greta Thunberg. I'm a citizen of Sweden. If you are watching this video, I have been abducted and taken against my will by Israeli forces. Our humanitarian mission was non-violent and abiding by international law. Please tell my government to demand my and the other.
The police were literally standing there when the dude was flashing the light. Oh, that was the cops? That wasn't DHS? That was actual local law enforcement as well? And telling the guy Shirley had the right to be there. Oh, that was coppers. There you go. Interesting. Very interesting. They were coppers as well. After the depraved homeless shitting sex parties part. My God. That's a really good way of analyzing that. Yeah, man. They go and do shits at this guy's house and give alcohol to homeless people.
There's immediate release.
The pre-recorded
Yeah, it's tough to tell the difference between the PD gets all the hand-me-down gear after the military, from the military. Oh, that's funny.
video.
Humanitarian mission was non-violent and abiding by international law. Please tell my government to demand my and the others' immediate release.
The pre-recorded video was released after a global Sumad flotilla was intercepted by the Israeli Navy, and activists on board, including Greta Thunberg, were sent to a nearby port to be deported. Online commentators mocked the dramatic video, with this Swedish person pleading to the Israeli government to keep her.
My name is Joachim Lamotte and I'm a Swedish citizen. If you see this video, Greta Thunberg has been abducted by Israeli forces. And I have a message from the Swedish people to the Israeli government. Please keep her. We have had her so many years in Sweden and we cannot stand it anymore. So you are doing us a really big favor right now. Thank you very much.
And this person agreed, pointing out the privileges Thunberg still enjoys, saying, question, is it common that they allow you to keep your smartphone and post to social media when you're abducted? Just curious.
Just
and
curious,
Greta's
asking
flotilla
for a
attracted
friend.
global condemnation also, with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni calling the stunt dangerous and irresponsible.
Chiaramente la mia condanna di quello che è accaduto stanotte è totale. E ovviamente insomma stiamo facendo le nostre indagini per avere certezze insomma sulle responsabilità, dopodiché come avete visto il ministro Crosetto ha autorizzato nave Fasana ad avvicinarsi per chiaramente garantire, se fosse necessario, soccorso, assistenza alle persone che dovessero essere in pericolo, anche se non è previsto l'uso della forza militare. Dopodiché però io voglio ribadire quello che penso di questa vicenda, perché tutto questo è gratuito, pericoloso, irresponsabile. Non c'è bisogno di rischiare la propria incolumità, non c'è bisogno di infilarsi in un teatro di guerra per consegnare degli aiuti a Gaza, che il governo italiano e le autorità preposte avrebbero potuto consegnare in poche ore.
And whilst Thunberg claims the flotilla is
Well, then why didn't they do it? Like, I don't know if you heard what she was saying just then, but like she was saying that, like, why risk your life as an individual citizen to send aid to Gaza when the state of Italy could have done that within a few hours? And it's like, well, okay, you're up then. You're next. I do think they need aid. They are starving to death. Why don't you just let it happen then? Thanks, Sky News, showing the opinion of some random dude in a car. Yes, I know, right? Like, that's it. Hilariously mocked after claiming she was abducted by Israel. I just watched a section of the video. Those officers are liaison officers, not actual Portland PD. They are like intermediaries for the department. Not sure that they're the same. Wings of Cheese in the house. Hello. Welcome. We were doing some interesting labor history stuff just before, so you missed out. If you get a chance to go through and find labor history, that might actually. Where are you coming from? I think you're from Tasmania, so you're not. I don't think you're doing Labor Day today. Is it a public holiday for you wherever you are? I would like to know more.
delivering aid to Gaza rather than trying to attract attention for the activists on board, eagle-eyed viewers say the voyage was useless and actually did more harm to the environment.
تفضل هذو مشنو بالضبط؟ هذه مساعدات إنسانية سنلغيها في البحر في حالة احترابنا من طرف جنود الاحتلال الصهيوني. نتمنى إن شاء الله ستصل. هذه المساعدات متمثلة في حليب الأطفال وأدوية ومواد غذائية أساسية.
So this is what they're saying, like they're damaging the environment by throwing rubbish into the sea. Is that what it is? That's pretty funny. When is Labor Day in Australia? Oh, it was today. Yeah. It just depends on the state. But we're Labor Day in 3 states: New South Wales, or territory, ACT, and South Australia today. Look at them. Polluting bastards. They didn't think that one through. They didn't know that Sky News was going to run a hit piece on them, did they?
This commentator agreed, saying Greta's Thunberg boat is carrying at most the equivalent of 1 truck of aid. Today alone, Israel facilitated 1,200 aid trucks into Gaza. This stunt isn't about helping anyone, it's performative clickbait that does nothing for the people of Gaza. And whilst Greta and her flotilla are placing all the blame for the war on Israel, Sky News host James McPherson unleashed on Hamas for refusing to sign the peace deal that is on offer.
Like I said, there's a peace deal on the table waiting for the governing body in Gaza to sign. I guess Hamas is hesitating for the same reason pro-Palestinian groups here have denounced the peace plan. If peace breaks out, what will Hamas, or protesters in the West for that matter, have to do? Palestine Action Group announced last night that on October 12, they will march to the Sydney Opera House to mark 2 years of genocide. Today, they issued New South Wales Police a formal notice of intention to hold a public assembly at the Opera House. They called on Sydney-siders to join, and I quote, the massive mobilisation demanding an end to genocide in Gaza on the National Day of Action. What? They don't have to demand an end to the genocide in Gaza, and there's no need for a National Day of Action 10 days from now. Hamas have a peace deal on the table ready to sign today. These guys demand peace, and when peace is offered, they respond by demanding peace. And when you tell them there's a peace deal, they reply, no, we want a peace deal. It's almost like they want something other than peace. Here's a clue. The group also said, and again I'm quoting, 7 October 2025 marks 2 years since Israel launched its genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. A campaign which continues to escalate under the protection of Western governments, including the Australian government. Tell you what, they would be funny if they weren't so despicable. October 7 was not the day Israel launched anything.
Bro. This is savage. Sky News is like Australia's Fox News equivalent? Yeah, I'd say so. I guess so, yeah. What are they throwing into the water? I think it was just aid, really. Oh, who are these? How do I say that? Njade? Alex, it's the 6th. I guess I got a couple of new people in here. So I'm gonna do a plug. Come and join the Discord and drop your propaganda in here. We share the conversation outside of what we're doing here, so you can keep up to date with notifications if you like the stream. And definitely do this. Go over and become a free member on Patreon. And yeah, become a free member there, and I can get notifications to you through this platform, through Patreon. You get notifications via email, because social media does not give, even if you subscribe to the channel, all that sort of stuff, you're not going to get notifications, especially through YouTube. So please go up and join the Patreon community as well. If you can financially support, I would appreciate that, but like at least become a member so you can get notifications. I think both make you more stupid over time. Hey, this is your legacy. I remember the first time we started watching Sky News on here, it was thanks to you, Wings of Cheese. Now LARP Jeff has taken the mantle as the highest requester of Sky News content.
October 7 was the day swarms of terrorists, aided and abetted by Palestinian civilians, swarmed into Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 Jews and taking hundreds, including babies, hostage. The Palestine Action Group pretend October 7 was when Israel launched a genocide. Just shows you how perverted they are.
So perverted. I'm going to double check this. I have heard reports that Greta Thunberg was violently and unreasonably humiliated by Israeli forces when she was abducted from the flotilla. Are you able to verify any of these claims? So this is from Al Jazeera. Okay, so Greta Thunberg was among the activists on the flotilla attempting to reach Gaza. Israeli forces intercepted several of the flotilla's vessels, detained the activists, including Thunberg. There are diplomatic communications and statements from the activists reporting that Thunberg said that she was held in a bed bug infested cell, suffered from dehydration, had insufficient food and water, and developed rashes, possibly due to bed bugs, and was forced to sit for long periods on hard surfaces, forced to hold flags and photos. One claim from the same diplomatic email and activist account is that Thunberg was forced to hold flags while photos were taken. It isn't fully clear which flags or for what purpose. Official denials from Israel. Israel's foreign ministry has denied the more extreme accusations of mistreatment, calling them baseless and fabrications. Israel wouldn't do that. That's outrageous. Greta Thunberg forced to hold Israeli flag while in custody. Swedish environmental activist Thunberg was reportedly forced to hold Israeli flags while being photographed in custody after her detention during an aid flotilla to Gaza, according to Swedish diplomatic correspondents seen by The Guardian. Another detainee reportedly told another embassy that they had seen her being forced to hold flags with pictures were taken. She wondered whether the images of her had been distributed. Interesting. Well, look, according to Sky News, the Israelis from reports they've got from Swedish people, Sky News have said they can keep her. Israeli can have her. I've seen that she was beaten, made to kiss the flag, and put in a cell. Yeah, that's what I've heard some reports of that as well. That she was roughed up and made to kiss the Israeli flag. And some of the pictures that you've seen that come out of the Middle East, like when soldiers, take prisoners, it's not that far from. It doesn't seem that hard to imagine. Let me just say it like that. I looked it up. Those Portland liaison officers aren't actual police officers. They are dialogue officers. I don't think they carry weapons. Are you trying to prove a point or something, Alex? Like, let us know what you're trying to say here, because that's not what Nick was saying. He said the police are here and they're trying to fix the situation. Like, he was saying it. He was there saying that these are the police. And then we've got other accounts as well that they were there actually at nighttime. They were cops. They had the insignia. And it wasn't DHS like I thought. So, like, just tell us what your point is, maybe. Because there is conflicts in the positions going on here. All right, I'm going to leave it there for the main part of the stream. We're going to be doing some afters now coming up. We're going to have a short break and then we'll be back. I think he's trying to say ACAB. Yeah, fair enough. ACAB. That's where we're going with this. You took the words out of your mouth, Jack. Took the words out of your mouth. All right. Like I said, we're going to have a quick break. And we'll be back with some afters. I'm going to be doing some Rome Total War gameplay. And we'll continue the conversation if you're interested. I think the point is they aren't actual police officers. Well, there you go. That's conjecture there, or disputed, let's say. That's just completely disputed because Nick was saying it in his own piece. Like, he actually referred to the police, and then there were police officers cited there in his footage outside the ICE detention facility. So that's disputed again by Nick himself, apparently. All right, quick break and we'll be back if you're sticking around for the afters. All right. At Sam, you're back. I had to go and do other stuff, so I'm far behind. But why are people genuinely talking about splitting Queensland and WA? NT isn't even a state yet. New South Wales has 66% more population than Queensland. Even Victoria has more population. I'm not sure. I think there was kind of a discussion going on about actually decentralizing Australian politics more and actually splitting up Australia into like smaller political units based on like kind of regional differences or cultural differences between like cities and regional areas, and like dividing Australia a little bit more politically. Like, again, I'm not too sure exactly what the point of that seemed to be a side conversation happening between a couple of individuals, to be honest. But I think the effort was to what's the word? Yeah, decentralize the political spectrum a little bit and give people back some more autonomy. In that regard, like, I would just say, like, straight off the bat, just get rid of the state governments altogether then, if that's what you want to do. Like, if you really want to decentralize, we've already got local government, and so you could just go federal to local. You wouldn't even need state. Like, I think state is potentially a completely unnecessary factor in Australian politics, and just serves kind of to divide Australia, really. Like, it's just a leftover from our colonial past. What party are Bogans in? It depends, man. But, like, look, I would say that, especially, you know, if you watched any of the March for Australia stuff that I did, the stream that I did a little while ago now for the, anti-mass immigration marches, you could generalize, and this is really generalizing, but you could generalize that a lot of those people would be One Nation supporters. So have a look at One Nation. Actually, I'll show you One Nation. It's the lady that we've looked at here, the politician, and like, I think you and Jerry Poppins are like, oh, check out this ranger. It's her. It's her political party. One Nation, like, it's as close as you can get to our version of like a MAGA movement. That's her. That's One Nation. I guess that's who you could say Bogans would vote for. Potentially. Like, it's a nebulous grouping, ye old Bogans. So it's hard to say exactly. This is them. What's their number one priorities? Balance of power priorities. Why can't you see that? COVID policy, multinational taxation, immigration, family law, and child support. These are big ticket items for them. For One Nation. One Nation was launched by Pauline Hanson on the 11th of April 1997 in Queensland. We are a party that stands for Australia and Australian values. We defend our constitution, which is nothing. Like, honestly, if you've read the constitution, it's literally like, the federal government can do this. The state government can do this. All hail the Queen. And stand up against global agendas for the individual rights and fundamental freedoms of all Australians. The team at One Nation puts people before politics, and we will continue to fight for Australia and its citizens. It's the broad-reaching agenda, if you're wondering. Because Albo wants to have more politicians. Oh, and I said I'd rather have more states than politicians. Anything that removes levels of government, I'm for. Yeah, like, honestly, I think you could really take away our colonial past in one massive swoop by destroying the state government system. A lot of power gets devolved to the states because the federal government doesn't want to deal with anything. And then so a lot of corrupt activity lives in the state sector because it's kind of, the states will look after their own affairs kind of thing, and we'll just like give them federal funding so they can exist. And like, the real power is kind of at the state level, because it's so much harder to kind of influence a federal level institution, but a state level one, the right people. So much easier. So much, like, more layers of politics makes it more corruptible, I think. All they do is get in the way, be inefficient, and take your bins. Why do you have two of the same departments, federal and state departments of education? Like, why? How in the world does that even work? Like getting rid of the state level? Just, again, assuming all of the activities of the states and having them done by the federal government. So it's like federal level policies. Like, it's so stupid that at the end of each state boundary, like on the East Coast, I don't know about anywhere else, like in between Victoria and New South Wales, that the trains actually, the track sizes change. And so, like, you have to stop at the border and, like, change trains or something like that. Like, that's the type of federal level coordination that would make the country more efficient. Yes, more state power. Just be adding more governmental procedures and necessities, which would require more politicians. Oh, like having more states? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'm my ultimate solution for Australia in terms of, fixing up government would be, I guess, getting rid of another layer of government, to be honest. The French have a good system like that. They still have regional politics. And so you can have regions, but they're not like state entities that have their own jurisdiction. It's just a different way of organizing things. You have like regional level plans and stuff. One Bogan nation. Daniel G in the house. Welcome to the stream. I've only seen you comment on videos, I think, Daniel, because I know that profile picture. It's a great profile picture. That sort of shit will get you stopped by the TSA as well. They won't let you into America if you have memes of JD Vance. JD Vance. What a despicable motherfucker. But like, at Sam, do you think that you need the government? Is that what you say, the state government? UK doesn't really have state governments. There you go. Yeah, I just don't think it's necessary. Oh my god, this thing's happening again with the brightness. Seriously. Again? I don't believe it. Alright, let's see if I can... Obviously cannot fix this. It's gonna be like this today. Fine. Whatever. It seems to happen on Mondays, actually. And then it fixes itself up for the rest of the week. I wonder if something happens to Steam. That's why this happens. Fucking Steam, bro. Nah, Steam updates on Tuesday. Ah, well, maybe that's why. Because last time this happened was like Monday, and then it had resolved itself just after that. Well, it doesn't, because Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland are separate countries. And why wouldn't removing a lot of levels of governance not just make what remains even more powerful and exclusive as well? Upward social mobility sounds harder when there's only a top and a bottom. Okay, here's my justification for this, okay? I have worked in the government sector for long enough to know that powerful corporate interests actually are more fearful of bigger government regulation, like at a federal level, than they are at states. Like, states don't have the power because they don't have the resources, and they get their resourcing kind of from the federal government. And so the corporations that I was dealing with as a little bureaucrat, they were more emboldened and happier to deal with the state governments, because, like, compared to federal politics. Like no one really knows what goes on at the state level anyway, and like they're easier to manipulate because they don't have the resourcing that the federal government has. So like the corporations that I was dealing with were able to easily and quite craftfully manipulate state government officials better than they would have at the federal government level. And we were not able to plan for anything because the state government kind of just, yeah, it was beholden to these big moneyed interest groups. So I don't know if it's about the fact that like you getting, you know, top and bottom would make the system better in terms of the power balance, but it would, having federal level agencies would make the corporations that are out there trying to coerce government officials into doing things, it would be harder for them to operate, I think. I think having more layers of government means there's more opportunity for backdoor kind of deals and corruption to take place because there's more people that can get involved. And like you can easily influence a state government politician and get them on your card by like funding their campaign because there's more of them, because there's more states involved. But like if you had to concentrate at the federal level only, then like you've got less people to influence and get them to make policy decisions in your favor. But like the more levels of policy that you have, and like if the federal government is like, oh, we'll just leave this type of stuff to the states, and again the states are just less resourced than the federal level departments, and they have kind of have less power because they're separated, you know, divide and conquer kind of thing. But if it was centralized, these bureaucrats, I think, or these government organizations would have more of a chance to fight back against corporate interests, or they'd at least have more power on the table. It's not conclusive that they would actually fight back against the corporations, but they would have to concentrate all of their efforts in one place, as opposed to like, again, like I said, divide and conquer, going after smaller states and dealing with their jurisdiction than a big kind of a federal government, a centralized force. And it makes planning better as well. Yeah, that too. They say they're different countries, but we all know they're basically just states. Huh. Yeah. It's like the US. They're very similar in that regard as too. They're one big country, right? Where they act like they're... I think it's actually quite delayed, isn't it? No, it's just the game that's fucking up. I'm ready to do some battles, that's for sure. I'm gonna expand my Roman Empire. All right, what are we taking for today's chat from the from Discord? Are there any new topics in hot takes and bold statements? Let's have a look. Pious Jackpot says, a society without laws is a society where capitalism would truly thrive, as law is what keeps corporations from being able to do whatever they want. There's a hot take and a bold statement for you. I don't know if you can see that one, but that's from Pious Jackpot in Discord. There's a section called Hot Takes and Bold Statements. So let me give you my 2 cents on that hot take there. A society without laws is a society where capitalism would truly thrive, as law is what keeps corporations from being able to do whatever they want. Now, I would argue, actually, that to a certain degree, the corporations do love, or capitalists, let's say, not just corporations, they do love some government regulation and laws to a certain degree. As we've already discussed today, I think they are not able to help themselves when it comes to exploiting labor and workers. And so in order to keep the workforce alive and able to consume, they actually do need government regulation to a certain extent to allow that to happen. And so they do actually ask to be regulated so they don't destroy the countries and the consumer bases that they're doing business with. But like outside of things like that, like let's look at standards, for example. In a country like Australia, we use kind of a lot of international standards, but we also use Australian New Zealand standards. So Australia and New Zealand has agreements for standards. And so when we, like, people make products for sale in Australia, there is actually standards about like how they should be built, like houses or like electric goods and appliances, white goods, like the stuff that you need, and you need to make sure that it's not going to kill you if you use it, like something that has electricity running through it. We actually have standards, and that protects the market, because if there were no standards about like the creation of electronic goods, then, you know, if capitalists build shit that kills the consumer base, not only do they lose their reputation and the business folds, but like they kill their consumer base. And so if they just make stuff that kills everyone, then there's no one to consume their shit anymore. Or if they, like, you know, make stuff that workers use and it just kills all the workers, then like that destroys the economy. And so I think to a certain extent they actually need standards and laws more than anyone actually makes them out to need. It actually gives them something to work with. So like a few boundaries here and there actually allows them to produce. It's like when you say to someone, hey, go and make art, like they're just like, oh fuck, what does that mean? Like, how am I going to do that? But you give them constraints, or I want you to make a picture using the color blue. Then like people are actually able to thrive in that environment because they got a few constraints, and like they've got a starting point, a bit of direction. I think having standards and laws in the market actually gives the capitalist class, the corporations and all that sort of stuff, actually some parameters to work with, so then they are able to provide products and create value in the economy. And so like I know what the sentiment of this is about, though. Like the sentiment of this is about, like, you know, in finance and like certain elements of regulation, like environmental regulation and all that sort of stuff. They want deregulated financial markets so they can do whatever they want. They want deregulated corporate laws so they can run their businesses any way they want. They want, you know, deregulated environmental laws so like they're not impacted in terms of their bottom dollar for having to compensate and provide some of their profit margins towards making sure that they do their practices in a sustainable way, or a way that doesn't fuck up the environment completely and destroy planet Earth, because that affects their bottom dollar. So like there are certain things like unequivocally that they don't want to be constrained by, but there are certain laws out there that they need themselves in order to have a market that is actually there for them to be able to trade within and do business within. And without those that market that is held together by state regulation and laws, they'd be completely screwed. They need it. There is argumentation throughout the ages. Like if you look at history, there's argumentation that markets don't actually exist. Markets do not exist. You can have trade and barter between, you know, like tribes or communities or something like that. But markets don't exist without the state. So like if you took away the state, markets just don't exist. They are in a symbiotic relationship with the state. Without the state there to assure or give some insurance to people to set up a marketplace for something, without that state to assure that society will be there for the market to exist, no markets. It's a crazy idea if you think about it. And having standards like these force more jobs into the market. If there was no construction standards, I wouldn't have a job. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like standards do force people to work at a certain level as well. And like markets are all about, or like good markets anyway, are about providing quality too, right? And Dr. Nathan had to duck to do some prep and set up for this Arvo. What did I miss? Just doing the afters now. Like what part did you duck out for? You need guidelines in order for civilization to work. Yeah, 100%. And so like and I think the capitalist class knows that. It's just that they want complete autonomy over regulation. So whenever it suits them, they pull out and then they come back, you know, hat in hand, be like, oh, we need to regulate this because it's a problem for us. And like, this is going to be an issue moving forward. So please regulate us. Please do something. When you say set up for this Arvo as well, indoctrination, what do you mean? Are you setting up for a stream? Are you? Please let us know more. Oh, you got up to the Sky News segment. Well, we were basically just trying to understand what dirt they had on Greta. And it was literally just one Swedish dude they found. Like, literally one Swedish dude that they found was just like, yeah, you can keep her. We don't like her anyway. Yeah, if I could promo, yeah, go for it, man. And like, you're on the Discord too. So if everyone's on the Discord, there is a newish channel in there. This channel here, it says live stream updates. Oh wait, you can't see that, right? Whoops. Yeah, live stream updates. Here, go and check out live stream updates. That's where I put my updates, but Indoctrinathan has a stream, and he's going to put his updates in there as well. And I'm assuming he's just going to promo now as well in the chat, so pay attention. Won't somebody please think of the corporations? Well, like, you know, if we're going to keep doing capitalism, and like we keep on doing these type of theoretical discussions or hypothetical situations, we're just like, all right, fine. If I wanted to do capitalism, this is how I would do it. Then yeah, somebody think of the corporations. But the corporations, they love regulation. They do. Like, look at the American kind of agricultural industry. I'm sure the same happens here too. But like, most of agriculture in the US is completely subsidized by the government. Like, they make food, and they make way too much food, but they want to make food because they want the agricultural businesses to stay alive. And they know that food production in the US is important for the longevity of the US. And so they'll subsidize most of their food production, even if it ends up them just fucking burning it all or throwing it into a pit and just bulldozing over the top of it. Like, they literally will subsidize the industry because they know it's important for a state level, from a civilizational standpoint, to have that industry there. And so they don't want it to buckle. And so, like, in order for them to keep up their profits and justify their existence, they'll just use state subsidies to keep that industry alive. Like, what about Cheese Mountain? Have you guys heard about that? There's a place in Missouri, I think it is, that's got this place called, yeah, it's all corn, just corn. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Their industry. Farmers are all socialists, but only up until their driveway. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, they don't mind a bit of, hey, government intervention, right? Hey, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. Well, like, there's Cheese Mountain. Look at this thing up. Like, we've talked about it in the stream before, but like, if you missed that discussion, go look for Cheese Mountain. There's a place in Missouri called Cheese Mountain. Like I might as well look it up. Missouri. Yes, it is. There it is. So there's this place in Missouri, right? And like, this is legit. Okay. It's not like just a mountain of cheese. There's this cave. There it is. There's this fucking cave in Missouri, in America, right? Apparently during Reagan's time, he opened up some type of deal with the Europeans, and the Europeans wanted to do trade, and so part of the negotiations was they were going to take on European cheese. And the American cheese producers were just like, this is fucking outrageous. How dare you? You're going to destroy our industry. And he's like, Reagan's like, come on. I got your back. Don't worry. We need to let the Europeans have access to our market to give cheese to us. But here's the deal. I will make sure that you do not have to reduce your production and you still get to make profits off cheese. And so they were like, okay, fine. So what are we going to do with all this cheese? And so there's a mountain, there's this old place. I don't know, like it was some military facility or something like that. And they opened it up and they store cheese in there. They literally just take all of the cheese that's subsidized by the US government and just store it in this massive cave in Missouri. And so they've completely subsidized that industry. It doesn't work along capitalistic grounds. Like, if the market was to correct there, all of the people that were in America producing cheese would have just been wiped out. And like, only the strong ones would survive, or the ones that were able to traverse the capitalistic environment would have survived. But instead, the government pays for Cheese Mountain to exist. And so there's a mountain in Missouri somewhere that's full of cheese. Delicious socialist cheese, if you ask me. Just saying. Australia produces enough to feed 75 million, and Trump wants us to buy shitty American beef. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. Soybean farmers are feeling the pain of Trump's economics. I think I've heard about that as well, actually, there's soy. And so, like, a lot of the soy is going to come in from where? Brazil now or something like that? Oh, no. because of Trump's tariff war with China, it's affecting the soybean producers. And so now China's going to have to turn to places like Brazil because of the trade wars. That's what I've heard of. I wonder if that's the same thing that you're talking about, Jag. At Sam, I'm at the Portland Has Fallen video. And one thing you didn't notice was he asked a dude, "You've been covering Antifa for a long time now. How violent are they?" And the guy just replies, is basically just, "These people hate capitalism. They want a revolution." Essentially admitting capitalism and fascism are interlinked. Also admitting how these MAGA types want a revolution. Yeah, yeah. And like, what a person at Sam, like what a person to interview as well. Like, who's he as an authority? Like, why do we care about this guy's opinion? Yeah, I've been following him for ages. You know, the last like 5 minutes. And is one of the biggest beliefs that they got to dismantle and rebuild the government. Yes, they are violent extremisms, domestic extremists. Australia produced. Oh no, I read that one. Yeah, I will put a link when I go live. Going to be looking into African revolutionary movements. Actually, have a bit of a plan today. Yeah, and could you like write what time you're gonna go live? Because like if I'm free at that time, I'd like to join because I missed out last night. Jungle Potatoes, LOL. The thing is that we could buy their beef. They just have to process it first, and processing that beef would create jobs. But no. Yeah, and the farmers are pissed that Trump just bailed out Argentina with 20 billion. Oh, they have no markets. Yeah, that's interesting. What's with seppos and caves? They keep the government retirement files in an old mine and rate people retire from the government depends on the speed of the lift going up and down, allegedly. What do you mean by that? What's that a reference to? I would like to know more. All right, anyway, that's enough with Cheese Mountain. Cheese Mountain. Seriously. Oh, is this the one of the pepper sprayed Portland frog costume protest dance compilation? Yeah, I saw this guy in Nick's video, actually. Where is the... Actually, not this one. Use this. So is that what Alex was talking about before? Are these actual coppers or not? It says police on it. Or are they DHS? It says police. It's hard to tell. It's out of focus. This frog. Oh my god. Flood the suit with it. Okay, so when some people retire from government, the storage for that is in an old mine, and the paperwork has to travel down an elevator to be stored before they can retire. Really? Yeah, what's with them and weird caves and mines and shit? That's crazy. All right. That's funny. Yeah, I know, right? That's the $1 million question. If you were an American farmer, right, and you were in Missouri, How much cheese is too much cheese? Oh, this is the Mad Dog compilation. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what mad dogging was, but apparently this is an Australian phenomenon, says Voltato. Let's check this out. Mad dogging. I don't know this thing. Mad Dog compilation.
Everyone wondering where Mad Dog is? Mad Dog! All the boys have been asking where you are, Mad Dog! Fantastic!
Mad Dog.
Hey! Fuck off with your camera, eh? Mad Dog! Fuck off with your camera, boy, eh? Mad Dog! Hey! Mad Dog! Hey! Mad Dog, you mad cunt!
Yeah, fucking asshole. The Australian accent, so funny.
Mad Dog! Fuck off, you're a dog! Yeah, Mad Dog, you mad dog!
Hey!
Mad Dog! Hey! Damn it! Get on this fucking thing!
He's riding with no fucking thongs on. He's barefoot. What a sick dog, bro.
Mad Dog! Mad Dog, you fucking Mad Dog cunt! Fuck off, you dirty fucking dog, cannibal dog! Mad Dog, you a sick cunt! Mad Dog!
Mad Dog. Thank you. Now I feel like I'm fully immersed in Australian culture. I can't believe I missed that. Cheese would have made fine barter item for the end times. Yeah, that's why he got in the cave. Fucking Mad Dog, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? I think it's a bit different to the mad dogging that person was talking about. But like, I take it. I take it. I should know this as an Australian. Oh, this is the Jacobin one. Avalava. I'm going to have a quick look at this. I do like some banter about anti-capitalism. I'm still shocked at that. They can classify anti-capitalism as a crime. They'll be going after the workers' movement soon. Any unions in the US, they're all gone. They're completely screwed. Trump classifies anti-capitalism as a political pre-crime by Ben Burgess. He writes for the Jacobin. You there, 4AS? You hear that? It's crazy. Ben Burgess. Hey. Donald Trump's new security directive labels anti-capitalist beliefs as a predictor of political violence. The irony, left-wing structural analysis actually pushes people away from lone wolf attacks and towards mass organization for change. Yeah, when was the last time you saw someone go like, yeah, lone wolf, terrorist, or like shooter, and be like, yeah, down with capitalism, or I'm anti-capitalist. Donald Trump's designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization last week was a perfect encapsulation of both the administration's authoritarianism and clownishness. Anyone old enough to remember the Bush administration's response to 9/11 should get a chill when they hear government officials throwing around words like terrorism. The term tends to function well as an all-purpose hall pass to justify encroachments on civil liberties. On top of that, Antifa is not even the name of an organization. See, like, say the thing, everybody on the left. It's just like, it's not even an organization. Like, that's all we've got as an argument. Like, I started saying that straight away as well. I was like, it's not even an organization. So good. That's all we've got. Although the general label referring to militant forms of self-declared anti-fascists organizing might describe varied and desperate small groups that do exist. That's what we were talking about before, Dilemmas. That's pretty much it. Like, yes, if you consider like Swiftie fan clubs as organized movements, then yeah, they're organizations. Then fine. Moreover, there's no such category as a domestic terrorist organization in American law. So it's unclear what practical import the order will have. Is that true? That's interesting, isn't it? The executive order used a catch-all term to condemn a vague set of actors to an uncertain fate. It was almost as if, with great fanfare, the president has promised to judicially execute vampires by exposing them to the sunlight. A far more serious and disturbing move around the same time attracted far less notice. I can't believe that's attracted far less notice. Trump signed the National Security Policy Memorandum called Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence, known as NSPM-7. Such national security directives are far less common than executive orders. Where the latter tends to direct day-to-day government operations, the former can set sweeping new policies across federal government, military, law enforcement, and intelligence bureaucracies. As the name NPSM-7 indicates, this is only the 7th such directive Trump has issued since taking office. NPSM-7 directs a new national strategy to disrupt any individual groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. Before? This is like Minority Report, isn't it? But there are actually official Swiftie fan clubs. There aren't official Antifa. No, there's not. There's not. That's fucking funny. Yeah. There are. Yeah, you can't register to be Antifa. Interesting. Yeah, I can't believe this list, man. In the real world case, indica for future political violence listed in the reports: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity. Support. So like anyone who's a denomination of religion outside of Christianity. So like Jews, Muslims, Buddhists, like anyone, they would technically be anti-Christian because they don't follow Christianity and support their own. And they would say in their typical rhetoric that anyone who's not them is an unbeliever. So that's anti-Christian. They're just outlawing other religions, really. Support for the overthrow of the United States government. Again, someone's already called out, like, MAGA supporters do ask for that. Like, they want to bring down the deep state. That's as hardcore as you can get. Extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American values on family. What the fuck? That's mental. And what does traditional mean? Is that like the traditional idea of a nuclear family? Well, like, what about the Mormons? Like, there's certain people out there that are polygamists. Like, they're in big trouble. And does that account for people who believe that only men should go to work and women should be at home? Is that what traditional values are? Are we going to have an exodus of the American workforce by anyone who is female because they should be at home tending to the children or something like that? Where does this lead? This won't apply to those that are white nationalists. Of course. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. And hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on more morality. That's a difficult one as well. Not everyone sees eye to eye on morality. That's for sure. That's scary stuff. Yeah, but anti-capitalism, that's fucked. All right. That's That's hard. That one. Yeah, I know. Traditional. My wife is worth 3 cows and 2 lambs. Take that. What's the deal with the Antifa colors? Green is the lawyers. Yellow is the direct action group. And there's another color I've forgotten. I don't know the colors of Antifa, to be honest. I thought they were more red and black. And if they have various colors, then I think a lot of their symbology, I guess you say, was derived from groups that were operating actually as resistance movements in World War II against like the actual Nazis. So I don't know, to be honest. It's hard to say. Let's find a chart for you. Symbols.com. There's a few for you. Black cat. That's like an more like an anarchist thing, really. There's a red flag, red and black. There's the anarchy symbol, black cross, black flag. Again, this is like a lot of anarchist kind of symbology, really. This is just like loose leftist symbology, really. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Dilemmas. It's a difficult one. I don't think it's that black and white. Yeah. That's not what I meant. But like, yeah. It's not that simple. It sucks that it's so laggy today. It's not always like this. It's bullshit. Can't remember what I was up to before. That's the difficulty with this game. What's this? Video topics and suggestions. When you not. Not a video suggestion, but a stream suggestion. Put the Discord stream chat in the indicated area. It's not a bad idea, but I have to figure out a way to integrate this because I can only do Discord. I can only bring these ones up because they're actually coming from the stream servers themselves. And so like I'm stealing footage from the live stream management. But like Discord would be good to have a suggestion, the stream chat right there. It would be easier, but I'd have to do it as a separate window in OBS. I'll have to figure out another way that I can do that. Because I think through Restream, the software that I use for streaming, for multiple streaming, I think I do have the ability to integrate Discord if I need to, but I'll have to search that actually. So many things to add to my list. Not a bad idea though. Add stream. Well, there's not enough text for you to read already. There's heaps of text going off here, to be honest. Let's see if there's anything else in ask or answer as well. Something that I've missed over the years. How did I miss that one? That's from ages ago. That's from like a month ago. Mystery. Thoughts on the Department of Defense being renamed the Department of War? Doesn't sound like something a Nobel Peace Prize winner would do. That's something that we've got to look at as well. His bid for the Nobel Peace Prize. Has anyone actually figured out yet whether Hamas has signed up to the deal? I don't think they actually have. And Trump gave them like a 2-day deadline. I heard someone saying this morning that they have agreed to it, but I thought it would be way more popular. Like heaps of people would be talking about it if Hamas had actually signed up to the deal. I don't know if it's all true or not. I can't tell. I might have a look for that. Actually, let's ask the research assistant. They'll tell me. They have agreed to parts of it. So there you go. He's going to get his fucking Nobel Peace Prize then. He's going to get it. You watch. If they call a ceasefire, he's only got like 4 days until they announce the Nobel Peace Prize. They're going to have to do it real fast. Let's ask. Has Hamas agreed to the peace plan? Hamas has not fully agreed to the plan as it stands. What they have done is accepted some elements of the plan. So here's this from Euro News. Including agreeing to release all the remaining hostages, living and deceased, per the exchange formula in Trump's proposal. Certain field conditions are met. Indicated willingness to enter into negotiations. Mediators, Qatar, Egypt, to discuss details of implementation. But they have rejected or expressed reservations about some key demands. Disarmament. Hamas officials have said that they will not disarm before occupation ends. The idea of third-party governance, the Board of Peace. Who's this from? Al Jazeera. Especially if it includes non-Palestinians in governing roles. That's easy. Just get Trump to take up a Palestinian citizenship issued by Hamas, and then he can be the director of the Board of Peace. That's fucking hilarious. Hamas has said that it accepts several parts of the United States president. When's this? 3rd of October. Oh, that was ages ago. For a ceasefire in Israel. Nearly 2 years genocidal war in Gaza. The group's response, which did not address the issue of disarmament, stated that it agreed to release all the occupation captives, both living and remains, according to exchange. According to the exchange formula outlined in President Trump's proposal, with the provision of field conditions necessary for exchange, it added that it was ready to immediately enter in negotiations through mediations. Isn't that crazy? Because like, they were already looking at negotiating before Hamas. And they were in Qatar negotiating. And then fucking Bibi blew them up. He blew them up on Qatari soil. They were already trying to negotiate stuff. They were setting themselves up for negotiation. And then Bibi shot them. They launched missiles at them over other Arab states. And blew them up. Bibi is expecting Hamas renege on the deal so he can bring the IDF in full force. Yeah, so he can justify just rolling, like basically bulldozing Gaza into nothingness. And again, they can just turn around and say, hey, we tried, man. We tried. We really tried. We did everything that we could. And look, they don't want peace. They don't care about peace.
Imperator! Imperator! Ready to sail!
They don't want peace. They don't care about peace. I have to take this island next, I think. Go raise another army.
Orders? Aye, Captain. Set sail!
Trump is a favorite with 33% odds? No way he is. Are you sure? Where did you get this? Is this like a betting agency putting him on 33% odds for the Nobel Peace Prize? That's crazy. Absolute sham of a prize. Would you believe it though if he won? Oh my god. Where we at in Rome Total War? Well, let me show you for us. I've got the entirety of the Italian kind of boot, let's say. I just got to take Corsica, and like I've got a little bit over there, but like I've taken the island as well. I just need to get access to North Africa now, and then I'm pretty much I'm done, bro. Done. And then I'll take Egypt, I think, after that, and then maybe move myself into the Gaulish territories and like take the rest of the Julia. But I want to dominate like trade in the Mediterranean because that's where all the money comes from. That's where it's at, bro. Quick, put a house on it. This is another favorite. Let's see what you're talking about. Sportsbook review picks more. Oh, really? I don't think I've ever had this on my algorithm before. I wonder what it's going to do to my algo if I start putting sports into my search. Sportsbook review. Nobel Peace Prize odds and prediction 2025. Will Trump win prestigious award? Nobel Peace Prize odds 2025. I don't know who the hell these people are. Yulia Neville Naya. Donald Trump 32%. She's at 33.9. Zelensky is there for a Nobel Peace Prize. Wow, they're slim pickings. Greta Thunberg, could you imagine the Antichrist? Greta. NATO? A Nobel Peace Prize for NATO? Man, Avalava would be so upset right now if he saw this. This has another favorite. Yeah. Who's this? Yulia. Who's this person? Trump and the Nobel Peace Prize. This is crazy, man. NATO? What? You saw it. I'm not making this shit up. Yulia Borisovna Navalnaya is a Russian public figure and economist. The widow of Russian opposition leader, no way, Alexei Navalny. She has been described in the media as the first lady of the Russian opposition. Interesting. Yeah, her husband was recently sick, right? A couple of years ago, got sick and died. Interesting. Nobel Peace Prize. The West would love that, wouldn't they? Yeah, that's the guy. AI recreation there. Those two. Oh, she's pretty based. She would probably win. Why do you think she's based? Have you heard her speak or something? When you take Egypt, let me know. Those 6 2-kilometer deep pillars are actually under the pyramid. Because I got questions. I got questions, man. How did they do that? Yeah, Putin would love her, wouldn't he? Sick from Russian, never Asian. Sick from Russian, never Asian? What does that mean? Please describe what's going on there. Yeah, fair enough. So she is going to. Could you imagine if she got it over Trump? Actually, he would be unhappy about that. I can't believe how high up in the odds he is. Man, that's a problem. Wow, so much peace. I can't believe the defense contractors even make a profit. That's interesting. Interesting strategy, though. Man, I can't get over that. I gotta raise that up. I think I did this before. In preparation for this, actually.
Daryl. Sir! Forward! Orders! Onward! Imperator! Forward!
Oh, nerve agent. Is that the thing that happened in the UK? Where they all got sick because of the Russian interference going on there? Sorry, Nick. So, nerve agent. Basing off if she has the same opinions and crusade as her husband because his documentary was really good. Nerve agent, yeah. When will you be going till today? I'm going to probably going to go to around 3:30 because I got to bounce at that time. I've been here lurking and lining up videos. Oh, so can you show me then how to, like, if I hit off at 3:30, I can raid you, right? I just need to pick something because I need to bounce at 3:30, but then I should be back like later this afternoon, like back in front of the laptop, I guess. It just depends how long you're streaming for. I've been lurking and lining up videos. Republicans and Democrats are both getting on my nerve agents. Yeah. See, that's interesting because you hear people talking about like Russia, like in the face of like NATO expansion and American aggression and imperialism. And they're like, look, Russia's like as democratic as everybody else is, right? But the opposition leader is literally almost in exile and like was assassinated. Like it's hard to make that call. Like I find people that are like hardcore, like, you know, lefties, like tanky lefties are like, nah, man, you got it all wrong. Russia's being completely screwed over by NATO and American imperialism, and like, you know, like he's an all right guy, man. But then when you hear the stories about like the Alexei guy, like getting just literally assassinated by Putin, and Putin's just like, well, I told him not to be in opposition. We have free democratic elections. It's fine. Yeah, it should be in your creator dashboard. You can raid people you follow. Okay, so I got to follow you then. Let's see if I can do that from here while I'm streaming. I don't think I've ever followed anyone. Let's see if I can do that. We're gonna raid you, bro. I've never raided anyone before. What's raided in the past? It is raided in the past tense. I've never raided anyone before. Create a dashboard. What if I can search you? I wonder if I can search it that way then. Oh, follow. Fuck yeah. Alright, I got you. I'm following you. And then I can raid you afterwards, I guess. Oh my god, I can raid you now. Oh, do you want to see what it's like? If I raid you now, will everyone just jump over to your stream? Is that how it works? Oh, wait, you're not... Are you ready? Let me know. Raiding indoctrination for the boys. Putin is a moderate compared to his 21C. NATO has been lucky to have Putin keeping Russia together. Yeah, no, I've got the follow down, and I should be able to raid you now. But, like, you just tell me when you're ready. I'll see how this works. Don't do it till you're done. But yeah, that should work. Okay. Well, like, I'm just chilling. We're just having chats. So I'll keep the chat going for a little bit. But I want to see what it's like. Remember, Russia has only really had one leader since the fall of the USSR. Interesting. Like, in his last election, he wasn't even a leader of any opposition party. All he said was which fake opposition party everyone should vote for behind. I'll start at 3:15. So when you finish up, just come on in. Okay, sweet. All right, I'll do that. I'm going to raid you. It sounds so violent and Viking. Raiding people. What if I can... Oh, so you have to be live for me to raid you. Yeah, I can't do it. Interesting. All right, I'll wait for you to give us the heads up that you're live. I'll raid you so I can hang for 15 minutes before I go to bounce. If anyone's watching this from YouTube land and you have the ability to go over to Twitch, oh, 2IC. That's an I. Oh, sorry. 2IC, second in command. Yeah. Why? What? Who is his 2IC? I haven't looked at this yet before. I'm not sure on the whole, should we have state governments or not topic. I brought it back up because the specific point of more states equals less politicians didn't make sense to me. I'm only about 50 minutes behind now instead of like 100. So 3 times speed is a blessing. 3 times speed, you madman. Yeah, that is madman stuff. That's crazy. How do you even... like, how can you digest what's going on at 3 times speed? That's crazy. Haha, I got modded. What did you get modded for? What did you say? You bad man, you. No, that's hilarious. You said something about Bezos and you got modded on Twitch. Sucked in 4 years. That's hilarious. Bezos called it raiding because he needs more hair for his wigs to cover his egg head. Oh, you can't talk about Bezos so you get modded. That's hilarious. Yeah, if anyone's able to make the switch to Twitch, then like go over there so you can join the raid at a certain time. I can't believe you got modded for that. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know anything about what's his name, Putin's 2IC. Let's have a look. Let's find out. I'm going to ask my research assistant. I'm going to call you out on your bullshit dilemmas. Our research assistant's going to get you. Who is Putin's second in charge? Who is There is no single person who is officially described as Vladimir Putin's second in command because the power structure in Russia is opaque and many roles overlap. There are several leading figures who are frequently called and cited amongst his most powerful. Mikhail Mishustin. He is the Prime Minister of Russia. Under the Constitution, the Prime Minister becomes acting president if the president were incapacitated or removed. Is that who you're talking about? Dmitry Medvedev, former president and prime minister? Oh, there we go. I've just got a notification that you went live. That's crazy. So I should be able to raid you soon. Oh, look, people are stacking up over on Twitch now. We're like 5 people over here. People are coming over to raid you. Coming to get you. It's coming to get you. Nikolai Patrushev. He's the Secretary of the Security Council of Russia. That's pretty high position. Secretary of the Security Council. Many analysts describe him as one of the hawk figures closest to Putin. There you go. They sound scary. And someone with strong influence over security policy. Okay? Russian hawks. They're different to American hawks. Just making a coffee before I start up. I know the feeling. I have one before I do every stream. So I can have a little sip while we watch something. You can tell he was bullied as a kid. That random Twitch viewer called me an egghead. Yeah. Block him! Block him, I said! It's so good. Igor Sechin. That's probably the best name out of all of them, I'd say. CEO of Rosneft. The big state oil company, sometimes described in the media as an unofficial second in command. In terms of, I want to see what these people look like. Oh my god. Doesn't he look like an oil tycoon? So good. I tell you. Spies. What about this guy? Nikolai. Let's look at Nikolai. He looks serious. These are the oligarchs that run Russia. Eh? Look at that. He's shaking hands with Maduro. Eh? We got him. This is the head of a cartel. He's a domestic foreign terrorist agent and the biggest drug dealer in the world. Let's not think about the fact that the CIA is potentially one of the biggest drug smuggling organizations in the world. No, it's Nicolas Maduro. He's the guy that we need to get. If Jabba the Hutt was a Russian oil tycoon, what happens when Putin goes down and there's a power vacuum? I doubt they would be working together and not going for the top spot. Yeah, no, that's going to be savage. Why not? Greta Thunberg. Dmitry. Let's check out Dmitry. Hello, Dmitry. This is like standard white politician face, right? Like you could put him in like Keir Starmer's cabinet or something like that. It makes sense. Maybe not like there. He does look Russian with that little outfit on. Look at that saucy number. And Bedro, what about this saucy number? What? It's called Style. Haven't you ever heard about it? Ah, those pesky Russians. Gotta watch out. Ah, this guy. He's looking more like Russian. He's the prime minister. Okay. Yeah, why not? Hey, Putin steps down, Prime Minister steps in. Neoliberals all look the same. Yes. Has anyone actually seen... This is my number 3 coffee. I may need toilet breaks. Has anyone seen or listened to the podcast that me and 4IS did? It came out on Sunday. So if you are able, go check out the podcast. Give it a view. But we speak about the cookie cutter neoliberals. Radical centrists. That's what we call it, right? 4IS, those radical centrist bastards. I'm going to have a look at that, actually. Revolutionary. Yeah, Think Tank Podcast. Here it comes up. No, man. No, man. Yeah, I'm going to drop that. Yeah, if you haven't already, go and check out our podcast episode. It came out yesterday. So go and have a listen. I've had a few views for us. Look at that. 65, baby. Breaking the bank. I actually got recommended a few videos about horseshoe theory. What, really? After you watched this? Because I saw you commented on it. So you watch this and then your algorithm has been changed now. Huh? Savage. The algorithm. All of our algorithms are converging. Like sometimes people are posting stuff in Discord. I'm like, oh my God, I've already seen that. It's just popped up in my algorithm. And people are like, gotta watch this, gotta watch this. Now, we've all been classified. We're on the list. About how bullshit it is. That's hilarious. It's all nonsense, really. Well, anyway, dilemmas. Which one are you talking about? Which one's his 2IC? It'll be like the Joker's tryouts with a pool cue, but the winner gets access to the nukes. Ha! Yeah, right. So which one were you talking about, dilemmas? Which one of those not nefarious looking mofos were you speaking about? Because radical left fight fascism and want more democracy, and radical right wants to oppress a large number of people. Oh, that's why they were talking about it being bullshit. Yeah. I think the idea of like collectivism is okay in the theory. Like you can argue that they both have a collective bent on them because they're worried about the group as opposed to the individual. But like, yeah, completely different weaponization of the collective, right? There's the collective that is the in-group and you're part of the supreme race or you're dead. And then there's collectivism of like everyone internationally to try and create a world that is not based on your privilege being derived from monetary possession and wealth accumulation / hoarding, but like just being able to create value, whether you create value or not. I just subbed. I'll listen to it on the road. Oh, sweet. Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, we have the podcast. That comes like every 2 weeks. We put an episode out. One day, myself and 4AS are going to ramp that up. Because like, look at this. He's got 65 views. I can't even get 65 views on the videos that I do of like the cuts from streams. Like the streams do fantastically, but the stream cuts do horribly. That and the pejorative use of extremism, radical and populism. Someone here recommended the Venus Project. That's pretty interesting to look into. Okay. The Venus Project? Is that like a channel or you mean like a topic? The Venus Project. I wonder what it means in this context. So I might Google it first. Oh my God, it's actually like the Venus Project is a 501 non-for-profit organization founded by the architect and social engineer Jack Fresco. Fresco, along with the partner Roxanne Meadows, founded the project with a socio-economic model to develop resource-based economy for human beings utilizing technology. Ooh, that's dangerous. taking stuff off the market. Actually, we've looked at this here. I think somebody has suggested this. We've seen this before. Interesting. Yeah, I think we have looked at this. The whole cabinet you went through, I'm talking like whoever takes the reins after Putin, because I don't think they will be able to keep Russia. Oh, right. I know what you mean now. You just mean like whoever, sorry, actually just steps into that power vacuum. After that Night of the Daggers, whoever steps into that power vacuum and takes control after Putin. Yeah. I thought you were specifically suggesting that he has a 2 IC at the moment. And then when that person takes over, it's like we're all in big trouble. Like if you thought Putin was bad, wait until Putin 2.0. I'm increasingly playing less and less Rome during the afters. It's all just unscripted chats. Yeah, right. All right, well, look, if you're watching this on YouTube or anything like that, we're going to end up now because we're going to raid someone on Twitch. So if you're coming over from YouTube land, please have a look. Please come over to Twitch world if you want to continue chilling. I suggest that you do so. Here's my Twitch handle if you're looking for it. Is here. So if you want to just quickly jump over to Twitch and join us there, we're about to raid Indoctrinathan's channel. So if you're interested, come over. So that this is probably going to cut me off the stream. So I'm just going to say my usual ends and thank yous. So Voltateur, I can't go back all the way, but yeah, Voltateur, Larp Jeff, Jackie was in here today. Jackie's good to have you. It's been a while. Jag, Dr. Nathan, 4IS. Who else do we have? Jungle Potatoes. Did I say Larp Jeff? I think I said Larp Jeff already. Alex came in for a little bit. Wings of Cheese was in the house too for a little bit. Avalava was there, but he's enjoying the weekend. Daniel G was there for a little bit. At Sam, it's good to have you, Sam. Who else have I missed here? Dilemmas. I think I've got everyone. Oh, the people that are most active toward the end anyway. But yeah, thanks everybody for your contributions today and for chilling. And we're going to jump over and we're going to raid someone now. So I'm going to figure out how that works and what that looks like. And we'll be back on tomorrow. So if you're around, I will see you there. Let's see how we raid someone. Raid, yes. Search. Oh my god, it is. Yes. Yes, there it is. Oh my god, start raid. 2 viewers ready to raid in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, right now. Did that work? Yes, that's fine. Oh my god, it's worked. Yeah, holy shit. Stream starting soon.
Yo, it's three. How we doing? See you all in. Setting up in the back of the house.
All right. I'm going to end the stream from my end. We have officially raided. We've officially raided Indoctrinathan.
How are we, everyone? How are we?
All right.
Are we all having a good afternoon? Enjoying your Labor Day? enjoying your day off, I hope, as well. Welcome to Indoctrination's Propaganda Station. We're here to break a bit of colonialism, imperialism, and brainwashing that we've all gone through our lives, and see what the other side